Using React and Next.js, we are going to build AI PDF note-taking application. This application is a completely full stack application and we are going to build it completely from the scratch. Once you build this application, you're gonna learn how you can use AI in order to take a notes from the PDF. You can just ask question to the PDF and with the help of the content from the PDF and with the help of AI, it will generate the answer for your each of the question and which help us to write your note much faster without searching into the PDF. Hey there and welcome back to Tukuji channel. Today we are going to build and complete full stack AI based SaaS application. So let's walk through the application first and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. If you see, we have this beautiful landing page and we'll get started. So once you click on this get started button, it will redirect you to the login screen. Once you select the account, it will redirect you to the dashboard page. Over here you will see this beautiful sidebar and at the bottom you will see how many PDF you just uploaded. Now this limit is only applicable for the free trial. If you are coming to the first time, then you only have option to upload 5 PDF and you will see this beautiful progress bar along with the number of counts of the file which you uploaded. On the workspace side, you will see all the PDF which you uploaded along with their name. Now from here you will have option to upload the PDF. You can simply select the file, then you can give the file name and then simply click upload. You will see this beautiful loading and in the meantime it will generate and process your PDF file. Now your file is ready and now you reach the limit of 5 out of 5 file. So you cannot create any more or you cannot upload any PDF file. Let's open this Roman Empire history and boom, you will see this beautiful notepad on the left hand side which we are going to build it completely from the scratch, and on the right hand side you will see your PDF file. Let's ask some question. Let's say when Roman Empire rise, okay, and you can just select the question which you want to ask to the AI and simply you can click on this AI button. As soon as you click it, you will get this answer with the proper format. Here you will see the answer along with the bolded value. Okay, this is the highlighted point or highlighted text. Okay, not only that, but you can ask like give me detail about Roman Empire in 3 to 4 lines. Okay, and you can just select this one and click on this AI and then it will generate the appropriate answer from the PDF which you uploaded and not from any other guys. Okay, not only that, but as soon as the answer is generated, it automatically save it. Even though you refresh it, you will see the same format of your notes. Okay, also you have button over here. From that you can also save your file any time. Now this particular note is fully capable of making the document and taking the notes in an efficient way. If you want to highlight some of the text, you can just mark it like highlighted and boom, right? Just save it, and even though you refresh and came by anytime, you will see all the notes which you write it and you modified it, or you can mark it as it is. How cool, right? And everything is generated with the help of AI. You can take your notes as well anytime. Not only that, but you can ask question to AI as well with the help of this beautiful application. Now even though if you want to go back and open any of the page, you can, or any of the PDF, just go ahead and you will see everything on the right hand side and you can take a notes referring to your PDF. If you face, ask a question, and that's how easy you can do it. Also, if you want to download your notes, you have option to download it and immediately it will download the document for you, or you can just copy it to your documents, to your PDF, and That's how easily you can take a notes with the help of AI. Now, if you want to upgrade the plan, you can just go to this upgrade section. You will see this current plan, which is for free, where you can upload only 5 PDF. But if you want to go to the paid plan, that also we are gonna learn how to do it. Obviously, you just need to pay with this amount, and with the help of PayPal payment integration, we added the payment gateway into our application and converting this application completely into a SaaS, which with the help of that you can start earning the real money with this beautiful and unique idea of the SaaS application, and which is built with the help of React, Next.js and the AI obviously. So guys, we'll talk about the tech stack and then we'll start developing this application. Now, the first and most important that we are going to use a React based framework called Next.js, which is the React framework to develop the web application. Then for styling, we are going to use a Tailwind CSS, which is popular for the styling. For a backend, we are going to use a real-time database called Convex, which is the best alternative for Firebase and which help us to store our vector embedded value as well, which is completely supported by the Convex. Also for authentication, we are going to use a clerk authentication and we're going to learn how can we use it with the help of Convex. Then we're going to use a LangChain, which is the one of the framework to develop and integrate with the LLM, which is large language model. Okay, and everything we're going to learn with the LangChain without creating any account, and you don't need to pay any penny, or it's completely free to use. Also, we're gonna use a Gemini AI. Again, it's a free to use. And after that, once the application is completed, we are going to deploy it on a Vercel. Now, whatever the content we are going to use to build this application is completely free. So this application, this SaaS application, which we are going to build it without spending a single penny. Okay, it's completely free, guys. And if you want the source code of this particular project, you will find it in the link in the description, or you can go to the tubegurji.com. Here you can find all exclusive courses and the source code of each of the project. Not only that, but here you will find different features. You can access the each course chapter by chapter, and then you can just join it under $9. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe, hit like button, press notification bell icon so you will not miss any update from me. And without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this application. So in order to create a React application, we are going to use a Next.js, which is the React framework to develop the web application. If you are new to the Next.js, don't worry, because everything we are going to learn from the basic. Next.js recently launched the version 15 and there are some small changes they made it from the previous version. But Next.js is quite helpful to make our application server-side rendering. It also has a folder-based routing, and there are more couple of features available in a Next.js. So first thing, just go to the nextjs.org, which is official website of the Next.js, and copy this command in order to create a React Next.js application. And open a folder where you want to create a project, open a terminal, add that folder, and simply paste that command like this. Now add latest over here means it will install the latest version of the Next.js. Then it will ask, do you want to proceed? Say yes, and then you need to give the project name. Here we'll say AI PDF note taker. Okay, and I will click enter. Here it asks you, do you want to use TypeScript? So we are not going to use TypeScript, so we'll say no. The ESLint say no. The Tailwind CSS, we are going to use Tailwind CSS, so we'll say yes. And the source directory say no. And over here, do you like to use app router? Say yes. And the turbo pack say no for now. And import alias say no. And now if you see, it started installing the React DOM Next as a dependency and the dev dependency for Tailwind CSS. So you don't need to install Tailwind CSS again. Okay, this particular Next.js project creation command is taking care of that one. Now if you see, our project is created successfully. Now go to the visual code and simply open a folder where you just created your projects. So in my case it is in the projects and this one, and boom, if you see you will see some folders and file get created. Let's walk through each one of them. So first thing, which is the app folder, in that if you see we have some of the file like global css layout page.js. Also if you want to add custom font, they put the custom font in app folder. It's up to you where you want to keep this one. Okay, then the global css file is useful when you want to apply some css styling throughout the application. Then we have layout.js file, which is the root layout of your application and which contain the HTML and body tag, and inside that you will see this children is getting rendered. It means whatever the pages which you are going to render, it is going to render through this children. Okay, it also have metadata which is helpful for the SEO purpose. Okay, and they added some custom local font as well, and the page.js, which is the default page of your application. Now once you create this application, you will see this a code like that. Now obviously once we run the application, you will get to know. Okay, now we have this node module folder which contain the whatever the packages needed in order to run this application. That packages information will be inside this node module. Obviously we are not going to touch to this particular folder anytime. Then we have this public folder in which we are going to store all our assets like images, files, whatever you want to save, you can save in public folder so that you can directly access inside your application. Then we have this git ignore when you want to push your code to the GitHub, right? You can mention the file or route which you don't want to push to the GitHub, okay, or you don't want to share with the outside world. Then we have this next.config.mjs file which contain the Next.js related configuration. Then we have package.json which contain the name of the application, version, the script to run your application or to build your application, some dependencies and some dev dependencies. And then we have post.css and tailwind.config.js file which contain a configuration related Tailwind CSS. Okay. Now before running the application, one more important thing we need to update inside the package.json. Right now if you see the dependency for this React and React DOM, right? Currently with the latest version, some of the packages does not support this particular version. So simply I'm going to replace this with the version 18. So you can replace it like this. Okay, and same thing for the React DOM, and then save this. Okay, now go to the terminal and click new terminal, and over here just type a command npm run dev. As soon as you type it, you will see now your application is running on the port localhost 3000. Okay, let's open it in a browser, and once it build, you will see the default page of your application. Now if I go to the app folder and inside this page.js file, over here if you see whatever the content is written inside this page.js, which is rendering over here. Okay, now let's remove all of these things. So I will just remove all of this information, and I will put the div as an empty tag, and here we'll say hello tube guruji. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back and boom, if you see now the text just hello tube guruji is showing on the screen. Okay, so that's how guys you can create your application and run your application as well. Next we are going to install the Tailwind CSS based UI component library called ShadCN, which is quite popular, and in many of my previous project videos we use this ShadCN. Easy to integrate, easy to use, and which make our application development much faster. Okay, so just go to the ui.shadcn.com. I will keep the link in the description. Over here go to the documentation and go to the installation section. Make sure to select the framework as a Next.js. Over here first thing you need to do to initialize the ShadCN. So copy this npm command, go to the terminal, and I will add a new terminal from here and simply paste over here. Now just say yes, do you want to proceed, and then you can select the style which you want to use. So I will select the New York, and I will select the base color as a neutral. The CSS variable say yes over here, and then it will update it, but right now if you see we have an error. Okay, so if you remember, we updated this package.json, the React and React DOM version, but we forgot to install the dependency, right? New dependency. So simply what you need to do, just type npm install or npm I. So it will update this React and React DOM package. Okay, and make sure to remove this component.json file. So I will just delete this one and now run it. Okay, so here run this chatcn latest initialize command and select everything again, and now if you see it's installed successfully. Okay, so you have to make sure when you updated this React DOM version, make sure to install that npm. Okay, now once you initialize this chatcn, you will see the new file created called component.json, which contain the configuration related to the chatcn, and the folder called lib, which contain the utils. Okay, obviously we are not going to touch, just for the information that this new folder also get created. Now let's add a new component. Okay, let's add a button component. So copy this npm command and paste it here. Now every time whenever you want to use any chatcn component, you have to make sure it is you have to install it first, okay, in order to use it. Now once you added this button component over here, you will see inside the component folder or new folder get created called component, which is in the root directory, and inside that we have this UI folder, and inside that we have this button.jsx file. Okay, obviously which contain the code from the chatcn, which has a variant, size, and many other things. Now in order to use it, let's go to the page.js file, and over here I will add a button component. And if you see this button component, which is giving me suggestion to add it from this component /ui.button, and here we'll say, let's say subscribe. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe now. Now if I save it and go back to your application, over here you will see the button subscribe is showing on the screen. How beautiful it's looking, right? So in this case, you don't need to provide your provide your own class in order to add a button like this. chatcn is already taking care for you. Okay, so there are a lot of different components if you go over here, which you can explore it, and many of them which we are going to use throughout the application development in this particular project. Now let's update the font for our application. Right now it's a default font they are using, and you can use your own font like this, okay, which you can add it and then you can use it inside the layout.js file, which is our root layout. But we don't want to use this font, so I will remove this font. Also I will remove this class name. Okay, and I'm going to tell you the best way that you can use the font. So just go to the Google Fonts, and inside the Google font you can select the any font which you want to use. Okay, so in my case I'm going to use this outfit font, which is my favorite one. Okay, just make sure the name and simply go over here, and then let's import like this from over here. We'll say next slash font slash Google. Okay, and now once you import it, you can just add the font name and you will get the suggestion like say outfit. Okay, once you add it, here you need to initialize that font. So here we'll say outfit is equal to outfit, and inside that you have to provide a subset as Latin. I think here we need to provide inside the brackets something like this. Okay, and once you mention inside the body, you can add a class name, and here we'll say class dot outfit, I believe. Okay, let's add a class name. So this need to be, I think, outfit dot class name, and then save it. Now this outfit for now is applied throughout the application, and now if I go back to your application, you will see this font now changed to the outfit font. This is how easily you can update the font for your Next.js React application. So let's set up a backend for our application, and for that one we are going to use a Convex database. Convex is a real-time database where you will get the real-time updates. Also, it provides a lot of different features like serverless function, the vector search, cron job, file storage, and many other things. It it based on a schema and it help us to avoid the type mistake. Okay, and the most important is free to use, and you can also get access to the all our data on a convex. Okay, so first thing you need to do, go to the convex.dev and just create a new account if you don't have, or if you have an account, let's just log in to the account. Once you log in, you will jump on the dashboard. Here you have option to create a new project. Now over here, give the project name. Here we'll say AI PDF note taker and just click create. As soon as you create it, you will see the workspace where you can able to access your data. Here you will see have an option to create a table. Also you will see all your functions, the files which you store. Then you have option to schedule some of the functions, okay, like cron jobs, and you can see the logs, and there are a lot of other features. Okay, so right now we are going to create everything from programmatically. Okay, so in order to create the schema for a table, also adding a record, reading a record, and lot of other things. So now go to the Convex document. I will put the link in the description, so make sure to click it. So we'll jump on the specific documentation. Over here, make sure to select the correct framework. So we'll select the Next.js. After that, first thing you need to do is to install the Convex. So I will copy this command, then go back to your project, and over here make sure to execute. So it will install the Convex for you. Okay, once it is installed, next thing you need to set up a dev environment for Convex. So copy this one and paste it here. So once you execute this line of code here, it will ask you the question that what would you like to configure. Do you want to create a new project, or you can choose an existing project. Right now we already created a project from the Convex dashboard. Okay, so you can select the option called choose existing project. Here now you can select the project which you want to use. So here we'll say AI PDF note taker, and then you will see it's saying convex function is ready. As soon as you set up this convex, you will see on the folder the new folder get created called convex, and inside this we have this underscore generated folder, and here we have the all the files get created. Obviously we don't need to touch this file, okay, but this is important in order to run the convex. Okay, now next thing, let's go to the documentation, and we'll skip this because we don't want to use add any sample data, so I will skip this step. But you need to wrap your application inside the convex client provider. Okay, this is very important one. Now when you run this particular convex dev command, okay, it also created a new file called .env.local, and inside that you will see the convex deployment and it's kind of project ID, I believe. Yeah, and then the pub convex URL for your project get created. Okay, so this is very important to know it. Now just go to the folder, and over here I'm going to create a new folder, a new file. We'll say provider.js, and let's add a default template. Inside the provider I'm going to use a render the children like this. Okay, and inside the layout.js file, over here we'll add that provider. Just I will make sure P is capital over here, and then we'll add provider, and inside that we'll render the children. The only reason that I'm doing this one because I want to keep this layout.js on a server side, and we'll make this provider on the client side. So in order to make this component to be on client side, just mark it as a use client. Okay, and if you see on the screen, nothing will get changed. But over here you need to wrap your children your application inside this convex provider. So first thing, we'll copy this complete line. You can select this JS, so easy. So it will get the convex URL for you. Okay, and then you need to copy this Convex provider, or simply what we can do, I will just add Convex. I don't know why it's not importing, but let's paste it here, and then make sure to copy this import statement, and then I will paste it here. Okay, perfect, and then save it. Now your all application is wrapped inside this Convex provider, so that you can access the Convex information throughout the application. Okay, and that's all. Now it's time to create a table inside the Convex database. Okay, now in order to create a table, you need to create it through the schema. Okay, so let's go to the Convex, and inside the Convex folder we create a new file called schema.js. Inside here, here we will write export default define schema. Okay, and inside that you can say, let's say, user schema. Okay, so users, here we say define table, and inside here you can define the column. Okay, so you can add like let's say user name, so v, which is belong to Convex value dot, and then you need to provide the type, so here we will say string. Okay, then you can say email, so is of type string. Then if you want to add image URL of the user, so that also you can add it something like this, and that's all. Okay, and then save it. Now as soon as you save it, our Convex function is continuously running in the background, and if you see, as soon as you save it, it will say the Convex function is ready. It means we don't have any error. And if you go to the Convex database, here you will see the new table get created called users. Okay, now obviously from here as well you can add documents, and if I click on the document, you will see the all the field which we just added through the schema, that field column is get added over here as well. Okay, and also from this data section you can access your schema by clicking the show schema, and here you can access it. Okay, so that's how guys you can set up a backend for your application. Obviously next we're gonna learn how we can add authentication to our application, and once user is authenticated, how we're gonna save user information to the Convex or to the backend of our application. Okay, so that we can keep a track of all users information. Now let's add an authentication for our application. Let's consider when user come to our application at very first time, we'll check user is already signed in or not. If user is already signed in, then obviously we are going to redirect user to the dashboard. But if user is not signed in, then we're gonna make sure to redirect user to the login screen, where user have an option to sign in with the social authentication like Gmail, or user can sign in with the email as well. Then once user is signed in successfully, we need to save user information to our database. Obviously over here we're gonna check if user is already exist to our database or not. If not, then obviously we need to insert the data to the database. But if user is already exist, then we don't need to take any action. Okay, and we'll just return the user information as it is. That's it. Okay, and obviously we're gonna store everything in Convex database. So let's go to the clerk.com, which is the one of the best authentication service provider in the market, where you don't need to do anything. Okay, very easy to use it. You don't need to design your own page, any sign in page. Clerk is taking care of everything, guys. Another important thing is free to use, and it provides a lot of bunch of different feature like multi-factor authentication, session management, email, SMS, OTP authentication, then magic link authentication. There are a lot of different providers which you can integrate just within a click. Okay, so just create an account on a clerk.com. The link that is in the description. Also the documentation link for the clerk is in the description. Make sure to click on it so that you will get a jump to the correct documentation. Now let's go to the dashboard, and over here if you see, you have option to create a new application. If you see, there are a lot of application I created with the clerk. So I will just create a new application and give the application name. So here I will say AI PDF note taker. Okay, you can select the option. Let's say you can select email, you can select Google. If you want to select Facebook, you can just enable it, and on the right hand side you will see the preview. This is how actually look on your application. I will keep this Google and the email only and simply click on create application. Once you click on this create application, it will redirect you to the dashboard where you can select the correct framework and you can start integrating to your project. Okay, so first thing, you need to install the clerk SDK for Next.js. So here I will add a new terminal and I will paste this npm command. Then you need to add this environment variable keys which is the clerk publisher key and the secret key. Just copy this one, go to the .env.local file. So over here I will go to the .env.local and paste these two keys. Okay, and save it. Next, just click on the link in the description for the clerk documentation that you will land on exact documentation for the clerk and Next.js. Okay, so we already installed the Next.js, clerk Next.js. Then we added the API keys. Now next thing we need to do is to create a new file called middleware.ts. So in our case is JS. So I will copy this name, then go to the root directory, and inside here we'll create a middleware.js file. Okay, inside this file just copy this line of code and then simply paste it here. Okay, and save it. Then you need to wrap your application inside the clerk provider. So copy this clerk provider and simply go to the layout.js, which is our root layout for the application, and inside here I will wrap all of this HTML tag inside the clerk provider like this. Okay, and make sure to import this clerk provider from the clerk Next.js and then save it. Okay, and I think that's all. And right now if you refresh this one, see nothing get happen. Okay, because right now we did not create our own custom sign in and sign up page. Okay, so next step is to create a custom sign up and sign up page. So if you want to customize this page, right, you can do that as well. So just jump on this particular page where you will see to option or step to create build a sign up page. Very easy. The best way that I'm going to tell you that just copy this until this line, and then inside the app folder we create a new folder called auth. Okay, so I created the or given the folder name with, starting with the circular bracket, because I just want to group the authentication, or it means sign in and sign up page in one folder. Okay, and inside here make sure to click on this new file, paste this all the path, and instead of tsx make it jsx and enter it. So automatically it will create a folder for you and the file, and simply copy this code and paste it here. Same thing you need to do for the sign in. So I will copy this path, select auth folder and add a new file, make this as a JSX, and then copy this line of code and save it. Okay, next you need to update the middleware.ts file. Okay, so copy this middleware.ts file code, and if I go to this middleware.ts or JS in our case and paste it here, something like this. Okay, and save it. Now over here if you see the one major change is updated, that here we mentioned the public route, which one is the public route. Okay, and then we may added this route matcher here. Okay, we are just telling okay this is the public route, but you can little bit do it in a reverse way. Okay, that is what I'm going to tell you. So if you go to the previous page of the documentation, over here under this clerk middleware section you will find this reference for the clerk middleware. Just jump on this one, just scroll down little bit, and here you will see the option called protect route, right? For that one just copy this line of code and then replace this with that one. Okay, so what you are doing now, whatever the route you want to protect, only that route uh, uh, or path you can mention over here. So in this case, if you see the dashboard is protected, let's remove this one. We don't want, or we are not creating forum page, but in future we obviously we are going to create a dashboard page, and that we want to protect it, right? So that's how you can protect the route and then save it. Now I will again go to the custom sign in sign up page step. Oh, my bad. Let's go back and then go over here. And now once you update everything, make sure to add these two environment key or environment variables inside your .env.local file, and then save it. Okay, and that's all. Now if I go to the localhost 3000, you will see nothing on the screen. But if I go to the sign in page, you will see you have now option to sign in, and boom, if you see the how beautiful the sign in card look like, right? And this is all is taken care by the clerk. You don't need to write any code to display this one, right? Now if you want to make some update to this sign in page, just go to this authentication under this sign in, right, and go to the page.jsx. Over here, let's wrap this sign in page inside the div, something like this, and then you can just add some Tailwindcss class name. Let's say make it flex item to be in the center, justify center and height to the screen, and save it. Now you will see this particular sign in card now is in the center of the screen, and this is how beautifully it's looking without writing any bunch of line of code, right? So that's how you can add this authentication. Now let's log in to the application, and once you log in it, right, it will automatically redirect you to the home page. Okay, now if I go to the sign in page, see, it again redirect you immediately to the home page because you are already signed in, right? Now in order to get a user profile information, right, there is a simple way that you can do it. So let's go to the page.jsx file. So if I go to the page.jsx, and over here I am going to add one component called user button from the clerk Next.js. Okay, make sure to import this one and then save it. Over here you will see a profile picture, right? If I click on this one, see how beautiful this option is coming from the clerk, right? Here you have option to manage account, or you have option to sign out and everything, right? Now obviously clerk provides some hooks as well in order to get a user's details like user email, user profile picture, user full name, first name, last name, and so on, that we are going to see in this particular tutorial as well. Okay, but for now make sure to integrate or add the clerk authentication to your application so that it will protect your application from unauthorized user. After successful authentication, we just need to insert the user information if user is not exist in our database. Okay, so for that one we are going to create a convex new mutation. So go to the convex, and here we are going to create a new file called user.js. Now all operation related to the user table, we are going to keep it inside the user.js. Now we are going to write a mutation which belong to make operation like insert, delete, update. Okay, and the query is just to fetch the data. Okay, so here we'll simply write export default. We will say create user is equal to mutation, and make sure it is importing from this generated server, and inside this mutation we will simply write arguments. Now inside this argument it will take couple of arguments like email, and for email we will simply add a type as a string, then name of the user, again this is of type string, and then the image URL is of again type string. Okay, now make sure the schema we give this as a username, so I will keep the same argument name as well. Okay, doesn't matter, but it's better to keep it same so you'll not make any mistake. Once you define the arguments, here you need to define the handler. in which is actual logic which we are going to write. Okay, so this handler has ctx and arguments like this, and inside the handler first we'll check if user already exists. Okay, and if not, then insert new user entry. Okay, now in order to check whether user is already exist or not, we'll say constant user is equal to await ctx dot database, means db dot query, because we want to fetch the record. Inside here we'll give the table name, then we'll write a filter, and here we can write a condition on a queue. So here we'll say queue dot equal to, okay, and inside that if you see the expression which we want to write, which make sure that left and right is matches. Okay, so here we'll write q dot fill, and the fill name which is nothing but the email. Okay, on this email we'll check the user provided email is matching, so arguments dot email. Okay, I will make sure it is down, and as we are using await, let's make this as a async. Okay, and then once we done this one, make sure to collect that all the records. Okay, so that's why we write as a collect. Now whatever the value which we are going to pass to this create user mutation, right, which we are accepting inside the argument, and then we are using this argument in order to check the tables email column along with the users provided email. Okay, and then we'll check if user is already there or not. Now here we'll check if user dot length is greater than, is equal to 0, it means user is not there. Okay, then we'll simply, here we don't need to write anything actually, but here we'll simply write db dot ctx dot db dot insert record inside the users, and then here we need to write a value. So email as arguments dot email, then the username as arguments dot username, and image URL as arguments dot image URL, and that's all. Okay, now here you want to, if you want to return, here we can just say inserted new user. Okay, and over here we can write as user already exist. Okay, now let's test this out. Now let's save it, this mutation, and now in order to call this mutation, go to the page.js file, and inside here first we'll get the user information using the use user hook. Okay, so this user hook is provided by the clerk. Okay, and which is helpful to get the user information. Now what we'll do, we'll write one method, we'll say check user, and inside the check user we want to check whether user already exists or not, but before that we need to define the mutation. So here we'll say create user as a mutation. So here we'll say use mutation from the Convex React, and then we need to give the mutation name. So in order to access it, you can write API dot user dot I think we need to, actually here we need to change this export constant. Okay, because we are just exporting this create user. Now if I go over here, you will get the option called create user, and now once you define this create user mutation, here you can just call it using await create user, and inside that you need to provide the argument with the value. So first, if you see, we have email. In order to access the email, you can access it using this user dot primary email address dot email address, then the image URL using user dot image URL, and then username as user dot full name. Okay, and we'll just console the result whether it's a new entry or not, and here we'll async because this is await. Now this check user we're gonna call inside the use effect, and we're going to call this method only when the users is available. Okay, when the user data is available, then only we are going to call this check user method. Let's save this one, all the files, and let's go back over here. If you see, we use this use effect, so we need to make sure it is on the client side and save it. And right now if I refresh it and go to the inspect panel, now if you see it's already inserted actually. So if I go over here, you will see the new record is inserted with the email, image URL and username. And even though if I refresh this one, it's saying the user is already exist, right? Now it's time to design the dashboard layout for our application. Now we are going to create a new route called domain/dashboard, and on this route we are going to add a sidebar, and then we are going to add a header as well. On the sidebar, obviously at the top we have the logo, then the upload PDF button, where on the click of that we are going to add a pop-up modal, okay, where user can upload the PDF file. Then the option with a logo, obviously we are going to add as a workspace, the upgrade option, and at the bottom we are going to show the progress bar along with how many how many user uploaded the PDF in a free tier, right? Because this is the SaaS application and user can upgrade or buy the credits, okay, in order to upload the more PDF file. This is simple layout. So first we will design the sidebar and header for the dashboard. So let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab, and inside the app folder we are going to add a new folder called dashboard. Okay, now inside the dashboard we'll create the page.js file, or you can make it JSX as well. Add a default template, and I will just rename this to dashboard. Okay, and along with that one we are going to add a dashboard layout, but for now let's go back to the localhost 3000/dashboard. And if you see, the dashboard route is now rendering. That's how easily you can add the new page or new route in Next.js, okay, without any configuration, because Next.js support a folder based routing. Now inside the dashboard we'll create a new file called layout.js, which is dedicated layout for the dashboard, and add a default template. Here I will just rename this to dashboard layout, okay, and inside this we'll render the children. So I will add a div, and inside that we'll add this children and save it. Now obviously you will see nothing get changed, okay. Now next thing, inside the dashboard we'll create a the new folder called underscore components, because all the components which we are going to use we can keep inside this same folder, and inside that we'll create a header.js. Let's add a default template, and then we'll create another component for a sidebar, okay, something like this, and add a default template and save it. Now for this sidebar, obviously we are going to add it inside this layout.js file. So we'll add a div, and inside that we'll add a sidebar, something like this, okay. And if you see, the sidebar is showing on the screen. Now obviously the sidebar, if you see, as per the mockup, is on the left side, okay, with some specific width. So in order to apply it, it's very easy. For this div, let's add a class name and just make a width, let's say 64, okay. It's up to you how much width you want. And then we can make background, not background, but we can make height to the screen, and make sure to mark it as a fix, okay. So this will be look like overlapping right now, but now for this particular div which you may added this children, right, here as well you can add a class name, but in this case you can give margin left side to 64, okay, because now up to 64 pixel, not pixel but up to 64, right, you have the sidebar, so that you want to give some margin from the left, and save it, and you will see the sidebar has this specific width up to this point, right. So that's how you can add the sidebar. Now one more thing, when the screen size is smaller, right, you can apply this width when the screen size is medium or larger, okay. And this one as well. Perfect. Now let's go to the sidebar. We'll go to the sidebar over here and let's start designing it. So first thing, we'll add a class name, and here I'm going to add a shadow. Let's add shadow medium. We'll make height to the screen and save it. Now we want to add a logo first. So for the logo, I'm going to use a logo placeholder. Okay, so this is the logo pism site, and whatever logo you want to use, just click on it. Let's say I want to use this logo. I will click it. It will copy the SVG code. Let's go back to the public folder where you can keep your all the images. So I will create a new file called logo.svg, and I will paste this line of code, which is SVG code. Okay, obviously you can use your own logo image as well. And over here I will use image tag, the source tag, and inside here we'll just use logo-svg. Okay, so automatically Next.js will try to find this file inside the public folder. So here let's give the width, let's say 120, height 120, and save it. And now if I go back over here, you will see the logo is rendering on the screen. Okay, let's make it to 170. I think that's pretty good. Now for this particular sidebar, let's give some padding. So over here I will add a padding of, let's say, 7. Okay, and if you see, we have this light shadow. Okay, if you want to make it darker, you can just change this shadow to medium, and then you will see the effect. Now let's add a button. So over here I will add a div, okay, which contain our option and menu, and inside here we'll add a button tag from the shared CN, and here we'll mention plus upload PDF, something like this. See, okay. Now for this particular div, I will add a class name margin top to 10, and for this button I will add a class name width to be full. Okay, and see how beautiful it's looking. Next, we want to add some options. After this, we are going to add some option. So over here we'll add a div. Inside the div, I'm going to add a icon. Okay, so if you see, this icon is importing from the Lucid React. Okay, and on the left hand side you will see the preview how it will look like. Okay, so for now I don't know which one is good one. Let's put layout. I think this one is pretty good. Okay, and after this we'll add a h2 tag, and inside that I will write workspace as a one option. Okay, let's add a class name and make it flex gap of 2 item to be in the center, and let's see how it looks on the screen. So over here, if I refresh these ones, you will see the workspace. Okay, obviously we are going to give some padding. Let's add padding 5, margin top to 5, and then I think padding we can make it 3. Okay, and that should be good. Or let's add padding, that's fine I think, because just I'm checking this layout. Okay, but that's fine. And on hover we will add an effect. So on hover we can make it select background select to 100, and we'll make a rounded large. Also make sure to add a cursor pointer, so whenever you hover on this particular option, you will see the cursor will change. See, okay, and that's look good to me. See, same option I'm going to add one more time, but the name of the option will be different. So over here we'll add a shield kind of icon, and here we'll say upgrade, and save it. Okay, and if you see, perfect. Only thing, the margin top, I'm not going to add margin top, we'll only add margin top to 1. Perfect. Okay, and now we have these two options. Right now obviously we did not add any condition over here. We'll keep as it is for now. Okay, and now at the bottom side or footer of this particular sidebar, we want to add progress bar in order to show how many PDF user created, right? That particular statics we are going to add it here. So for that one, I'm going to add a shared CN progress bar. So just go to the shared CN component and just scroll a little bit on the component section, and you will find this component called progress bar. Now, in order to use it, first you need to install this npm using this npm command, and once it is installed, then just use it. Okay, so over here outside of this particular div, maybe we can add one more div, and inside that we will add the progress bar, and make sure to import this progress bar component. Now this value is mentioned that okay, how much is completed, okay, or progress. If you see this example, not here, but if you see, this is how it will look. So it starts with from the 0 to 100. Now we want this at the bottom, so here we'll add a class name, we'll make absolute, okay, and we'll make bottom, let's do it 10, okay. And now obviously it's not showing on the screen, but let's give width of 90%, and if you see, now it's showing this progress bar. Okay, obviously we'll update this width, and let's update little bit more, so make it 80. I think that should be good. Okay, I will make this bottom to 24 because we want at little bit top, something like this. And just below to that one, we can write some text, let's say 2 out of 5 PDF uploaded. Okay, and here we'll add a class name text smaller, see, something like this. We'll add a margin top to 1, and we're gonna add one more text, but here we'll add margin top to 2, and here we'll say upgrade to upload more PDF. Okay, and we'll make text smaller, extra smaller, but here we'll make the text is of gray color 400, or we'll keep this smaller only, see. Okay, so that's how we can design our sidebar. Now next we want to add a header. So header will be quite straightforward. Let's go to the header, and this header component we need to add inside the layout.js, but inside this div block. Okay, so over here we'll add a header, and I just want to make this I will add this div to these children because we want to use that later on. And now over here you will see the header. Okay, now to this header, let's go over here, and we just gonna add a user button, okay, from the clerk. And if I save it, you will see this button over here. Now we want this button on the right hand side. So first thing, let's make it class name as a flex, and just provide justify in. Okay, also we'll give some padding to, let's say, 5, and boom. Also add a shadow medium, and let's see how it looks. And if you see how beautiful it's looking, okay, I will just make these shadows too small, and that's how your header is also ready. Now for this dashboard, okay, now this is the actual space where your page is going to render. Okay, but if you want to give some padding, you can directly give padding inside this layout.js for this particular div. So here we'll add a class name, and we'll just add padding to 10, and if you see, now it's showing on the screen. Okay, now for this dashboard, you can just name it as a workspace because that's what we name it over here, or you can keep it as a dashboard only. Now next, we're gonna learn how can we add a dialog when user click on this particular upload PDF button, where we are giving option user to upload the PDF file and add a file name for that given PDF in order to save it inside our database. Now once user click on this upload PDF, we are going to open a dialog where we are giving option user to upload the PDF file, and then user can also enter the any file name or any particular name for the given uploaded file. Okay, and then two buttons, one for the upload, one for the cancel. Okay, and obviously this pop-up will be open on the click of this particular button only. So let's go back to our application and let me close all of this tab first. And in order to add a dialog, I'm going to use a Nextjs dialog component. So go to the Nextjs component and here just search for the dialog. Okay. Now if you see, if I click on this button, right, this is how the dialog will open. Same functionality we are going to add it. So first thing you need to do is copy this npm command and then install it or execute it inside your terminal so that we can use the dialog component. Then we'll copy this all the import statement, and for the dialog I'm going to create a new component called add, or we'll say upload pdf dot js. We'll say upload pdf dialog dot js, and then add a default template. Now inside here we'll paste all of this import statement and then we'll copy this example code and we'll paste it here. Okay, and save it. Now right now if you see, this is our dialog trigger. Okay, so on this dialog trigger, this particular dialog will open. Let's test this out. So now this particular dialog we want to add it inside this sidebar, and over here I will just input it over here. Okay, so here we'll say upload pdf dialog. Okay, and then save this one. Now if I go back to our application, and over here you will see this button called open, and if I click on this one you will see the dialog is open, but we want this on the click of this particular button. So simply I'm going to pass this component, this particular button component inside this upload pdf dialog. Okay, and inside this upload pdf dialog we are going to accept it as a children. So obviously this button will be the child, or is the children of this upload pdf dialog, and that we are passing it over here. Now instead of this open, I'm going to just render this children. Okay, so whatever button you are passing, that button is going to render inside this dialog trigger. Make sure to mark it as a child and then save it. Now if I click on this one, you will see on this particular button the dialog is now open. Perfect. Now let me update this title. Here we'll say upload pdf file, and inside the description, obviously we don't want this description, but over here let me remove everything, because after dialog header or just keep it here, and we'll add the div tag. Inside the div we'll add another div tag, and this is for the file in selection. So here we'll add a h2 tag and we'll simply say select a file to upload, and then we'll add an input of type of type file. Okay, and if I save this one, you will see something like this. Let's put in one line, and here as well you need to mark it as a child, I believe, because that error is now gone. And for this div will add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2, padding to make it 3, and we'll make a rounded medium. Oh, we need to add a border actually, something like this. See, okay. After this we'll give some margin top, so here we'll add margin top to 5. Perfect. Okay, I don't think so that margin is applied. Or maybe we can give margin padding top, not padding, but let's say margin top to 10. Yeah, that is working. Perfect. And then after this one we are going to add another input fill. Okay, so that input fill, for that input component I'm going to use the Nextjs input component. So simply this is how it will look like. First I will add this npm command, and then simply we'll use it. Okay, so over here First I will add a div, and over here we'll say label add or file name, and then we'll add a input field, we'll add a placeholder file name, and this is how it will look like. This one as well, I think I can put it at the top, and here we'll add a class name, margin top to 2, and I'm not sure the layout. I think this is pretty good. Okay, if you want to put this at the top, something like for this one we added, right, you can also do that. So if I remove this flex, that will be the good option, and just remove this border. I don't know how it looks, but I think we can keep this one. Just I will put this h2 tag just about this one. Okay, and then I'm just playing around the layout. I think this is much better. Okay, and then we want to add a button. Okay, so for the button, let's add it here. So we'll add a div tag, and inside that we'll add a button, one button for cancel. Okay, or just we'll say upload, or another way that you can add a button using this dialog footer. So if I go to the dialog component over here, you will see that you can have this custom close button. Okay, so if you see, we have this close button. That close button we are going to use. So simply copy this dialog footer, and we can just paste this just before this content, after this header, and then we have this close option. Okay, over here you can make this. Okay, the variant is already mentioned, so that's good. And make sure to import this dialog footer and dialog close as well. See, the close button string. Just near to that one, I'm going to also put the another button for the upload. Okay, see, and now we have these two buttons. Here we can make justify end, so it will be on the right hand side. Perfect. Okay, now if I click on this choose file, you will see you can select the file as well. Now currently it's allowing me to select any kind of file, right? So right now we just only want to upload the PDF only. So over here you can provide the accept option, and inside that you can provide application/PDF. Now what will happen? It only allow you to upload the PDF. If you see, all other are disabled in Mac OS, but over here I can able to upload the only PDF now. And if I select it, you will see the name. Here you can give the any file name. Okay, let's say interview question, and then click upload. And once you click upload, obviously there are bunch of logic that we are going to execute. But until this point, I hope you understand. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. On the click of this upload button, we want to store this file in a database. So first thing, on the click of this upload, we need to store this file in a Convex storage, and once we store it, we need to get the file URL. Okay, obviously that file URL, we are going to use it as a source, and this is the complete logic that we need to implement. Once we get the file URL as a source, we gonna pass it. Okay, then we will load this data. Obviously whatever the content which we have inside the PDF, we'll convert it into a text. Okay, so here we'll convert it into text. Okay, then all of this big chunk of PDF text data, we need to split into a small chunks like this. Okay, this diagram perfectly define everything. Then after that, we need to embed this one. Obviously embed is nothing but the assigning each word into a numeric format. Okay, that I'm going to tell you how to do it. And then once we convert the each chunk of data into or embedded this data, right, into a numeric format, we need to store this inside our Convex database. Okay, and this is called a vector store. Okay, so here we're gonna store this into a vector store, which is that particular database need to support a vector embedding. And then once we store this one, we're gonna apply or ask question, and then uh, our logic will retrieve the correct result from this embedded data. Obviously this particular part we're gonna also implement, but I'm gonna more tell you about the how more detail about this one. But until this point we more focus on uploading the file and converting, making all of this operation, and then storing it into our database. Now it seems like a little bit complicated, but it's not, because I'm going to tell you the simplest way to implement this particular functionality. Okay, so first thing first, let's upload the file to the Convex storage. Now I added the documentation of the Convex in the description. Over here, once you are on this documentation, just make sure to select the file storage section, and here we have this upload section. Okay, they mention the step-by-step guide that how you can upload the any file. Okay, and these are the some 3 steps that we need to follow. Now first thing, if you see, we need to generate the URL in order to upload your file. Okay, this short lived upload URL we need to generate it, and in order to do that, right, you need to create a mutation first. Okay, in order to generate the upload URL. So just copy this line of code as it is, and then go back to your application. Over here inside this Convex folder, I'm going to create a new file called PDF file or PDF storage, we can say .js. Okay, more I will just add it as a file storage, and then just paste this line of code. That's all. Okay, next thing, if you see, scroll down a little bit, this is the line of code in order to add the uploaded file to your database. Okay, we can implement that later on once we learn how can we upload the file to the Convex storage. And if I go to this dashboard of the Convex, you will see this file section. That's where you will see your file once it is uploaded. Now first thing, we need to define the mutation. Okay, so simply go to this upload PDF dialog, and over here we'll say constant generate upload URL, I will say is equal to use mutation. Here we'll say API dot file storage dot generate upload URL. Okay, after this we'll write a method called constant upload on up, or we can say just on file select method. Okay, which is having the event like this, and this particular method I'm going to attach to this input field. Okay, and I will just simply write on file, or maybe we can write on change, which will emit the event, and then we'll call on file select and we'll pass the event. Now once we pass the event, right, obviously from this event we'll get the file information. So here we'll write a file comma set file is equal to use state, and here we'll set the file as event dot target dot not value, but I think this is just a files that we need to save it. Okay, so target dot files of 0. Okay, now also I'm going to add one more state for loader. So here we'll say loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Okay, and initially it will be false. Now we'll create a method called constant. This need to be wrapped inside the square brackets. And here we'll say on upload. Now this particular method I'm going to connect to this upload button. Okay, so here we'll say on click and we'll attach this on upload method. Now I'm going to add a one condition called loading. Whenever there is a loading is as a true, right? Here I'm going to add an icon called loader. Okay, loader icon, and otherwise I will just simply show a text called upload. Now this for this loader icon, right, we'll add a class name, we'll animate it as a spin, so it will move in a circular form. Okay, so this animate spin which is the Tailwind CSS class. Okay, and if you want to see the demo of this one, I will just make this loading as a true, and if I go back, okay, so here we use as a use state, so we need to make this component as a client side. And if I click on this one, you will see this upload button. Okay, so that's why we added this loading and that condition, but right now we'll make it false. Now this loading, we're gonna set it as a true when user click on this on upload button. Okay, and over here first thing we need to write is to get the short-lived upload URL. Okay, so just copy this line of code over here. Okay, now what it will do, it will generate the upload URL. Okay, from the Convex only. Now second step is okay, so let me copy all of this step to post the file to that particular URL. Okay, so this is the second step number second. Now this is the post URL which is generating from the step 1. Then we are added the post method, the header, and then here we need to pass the file type. So here we'll say just file dot type. Okay, and then inside the body we need to pass the file, because that's what that's what in a state which we saved the file information. Okay, and that's all. And then once it uploaded successfully, we'll get the storage ID. I will just console the storage ID like this. Okay, and then save it. Let's test this out. So I will go back over here and make sure to open the inspect panel so you can check side by side. Also, quick thing, we forgot to set the loading as a false when it's successfully uploaded. Okay, so at the end I will just mention set loading to false. Now let's test this out. Click on upload PDF, select the file. I will select this Roman history. You can give any file name and just click upload. And if you see, as soon as it's uploaded, we got the storage ID. Okay, which is obviously quite important. But if I go to this dashboard, you will see this particular file. Okay, now the question is how you can access this particular file. So in order to access it, obviously we need to generate the URL that I'm going to tell you in a moment. But for now, whatever the storage ID is generated and the file information along with the file name we want to store inside our database, okay, in a new table obviously. So in order to create a table, we'll create a new schema. So over here, just I will add the step number 4. Okay, I will just add this line of code so that we can add it. Okay, but before that, let's add a new schema. So inside the Convex, we have schema.js. Over here, we'll create we'll say files, or maybe we'll say PDF files, define table, and inside that we'll add a file ID, okay, which is v string, then storage ID, which is again v string, then which the v string nothing but the type string. Okay, then the file name and the who uploaded this one. Okay, so here we'll say user email, or we shall just say created by, which is the user's email. So but it is in the form of string, so string. Okay, and then save this schema. Okay, as soon as you save it, make sure inside the Convex dashboard you will see the new table called PDF files generated. Okay, now inside your file storage over here we're gonna write a logic in order to store the file. So here we'll say export constant add file entry. Okay, add a file entry to DB, and here we'll say mutation. This mutation has arguments. So arguments, obviously we need to accept the file ID. So v is of type string, then we need to accept the storage ID, the file name, and then the created by, which is the user's email. I think that's all right. So which is kind of similar to the schema, or all the columns we want to accept it as a arguments. Next we need to add a handler. So ctx arguments, okay, the arrow function, and inside this one we'll write constant result is equal to await ctx dot database dot insert in a PDF files, okay, and then we need to add all the value. So first we'll add a file ID as arguments dot file ID. Also make sure to make this as a async. Then next is a file name, we'll add it as a arguments dot, I don't know why argument is not coming, maybe that's correct, and here we'll say file name, then storage ID as arguments dot storage ID. Oh, so this need to be args arguments, and then last we have the created by, this need to be a created by dot created by. Okay, so all these argument we pass, and that's all. Okay, if you want to return something you can return it. Okay, so here I will just return as a inserted as a text. Okay, and that's all, and save it. Now obviously over here you need to mention or define this mutation. So here we say constant insert file entry is equal to use mutation API dot file storage dot add file entry. We'll just make it add a file entry. Okay, now once in the step 3, right, once we got the storage ID, over here I will also generate the unique file ID. So here we'll say file ID, and for that one I'm going to use this UUID package. Okay, so just you install this one, so it will generate the unique identifier, okay, global identifier for you, very easy to use. Just you need to use this line of code and it will generate the UUID for you. Okay, unique identifier. Oh, sorry. So over here make sure to import this UUID4 and then we'll get the file ID. Also we need to get the user's email. So over here I will get constant user is equal to use user, and now once we have all the information, simply here we'll say await, we'll say constant result is equal to await. I think we already have the result, so here we can rename this to response maybe. Okay, so await, then here we'll say add file entry, and inside this one we need to pass all the argument. So first is file ID, which we already have as a file ID, then the storage ID. We just change this to capital I for the storage. So it will be a storage ID as a storage ID, because that's where we are getting the storage ID. Okay, then we have the file name. I think we are not saving the file name yet, and then the created by, which is the nothing but the user's email ID. Okay, now for the file name, let's add that state. So here we'll say file name comma set file name is equal to use state, and over here for the input we'll simply add on change event, and here we'll say set file name dot e dot target dot value. That's all. Okay, I think we are on the good state now, and here I will just replace this as a file name. If the file name is not there, it will just put the empty string, okay, or untitled file. Okay, and then we'll get the response. Over here I will just console the response. Let's save it and let's test this out. So let's go back to our application, and here let's upload a new file now. Now over here I will select the file as a Roman history, then select the add the file name. Here we'll say Roman history PDF, and simply click upload. You will see this indicator. Now it's immediately saying okay, the data is inserted. Let's go to the data inside the PDF file. You will see the auto generated ID, which is obviously generated by Convex, then created by the file ID, which is the unique one. Okay, then the file name, the storage ID, this is important in order to access the file, and then the time on which this particular record is get created. Okay, so that's how you can insert the PDF file which you just uploaded. Okay, now the question is how to get the URL of uploaded PDF file. Now if you see, we have maybe we have some section where it mention how to generate the file. Okay, or inside the serve section you will get that one, that how you can get this one. See, but let's define it. So let's go to this file storage under the Convex, and over here I'm going to write export constant get file URL as a new method. Obviously this is a mutation, and inside here, inside for the arguments we need to pass the storage ID. Okay, obviously which is of type string, and then for a handler, okay, this need to be async ctx arguments, the arrow function, and it will generate the URL using this await ctx dot storage. Okay, and then inside the storage you have option called get URL. Now into this one you need to pass the storage ID. Okay, and then simply return the URL. Okay, and from this URL is nothing but the URL where you will get the file in order to access the file. Okay, this is the URL. So let's go over here. Now obviously you can call this particular mutation over here first. Let's define this one. So here we say get file URL is equal to use mutation API dot file storage dot get file URL. Okay, and then you can call it afterwards. But if you want to save that file URL into your database, that also you can do it. Okay, so maybe we can update the schema. Okay, and then once we get the file URL, we can directly save it into database. So next time whenever you want to access the file URL, you don't need to call this particular get file URL mutation query. Okay, so let's update the schema. So inside the schema here I will add the file URL we string something like this. Okay, so as soon as I update this one, and if you see I don't know whether it's generated or not, but let's see over here inside your deployment. Over here it's saying the missing file URL field. Let's delete this record. Okay, and now if I try to add a document, you will see this file URL. Obviously from next time, now we have the file URL as a new column. Okay, so we have to make sure that whenever you make some changes and if the record is there, just remove that record. Now we have uh, the mutation which can help us to get the URL, right? So over here we'll say constant file URL is equal to await get file URL, and then we need to pass the storage ID. Obviously this storage ID we already have, so I will pass it here like this. Okay, and now this file URL I'm going to add it to our database as well. So doesn't matter, you can write anywhere. Okay, and here we'll say file URL. That's all. Let's save it and let's test this out all together. So I will go over here, we'll upload the file, select the file and click upload. You will see this indicator, but we got one error that object contain extra field file URL that is not in the validator. Okay, so I think we forgot to add this inside our add file entry mutation. So here we'll say file URL, and also over here you need to add it. Okay, now hopefully it will work. So we'll select the file, we'll upload the file name and click upload, and if you see it's inserted successfully. Now we don't have any error, and inside the PDF file we got it, and if you see, wow, we got the file URL. Okay, let's copy this URL, open in a new tab. I will remove this code, and then you will see your file. Perfect. Obviously this is small PDF, you can upload the whatever PDF size you want. But right now I hope you understand how we uploaded the PDF file to the Convex storage and how we store the file information. We got the URL of the file, and along with that one we store all the file information to our database as well. And all of these files you can access it using Convex storage. Obviously Convex provide you the free file storage as well, okay, in a free tier. Now we have the PDF file stored into our database, and now we need to process that particular PDF file so that we can ask question, and that PDF from the PDF will get the answer with the help of AI. As we already explained about this particular flow, right? And in order to implement this one, we are going to use a LangChain. LangChain is a framework for developing an application which is powered by large language models. Now, let's consider a simple example. So let's say you have the data source, okay? It might be a PDF file on any documents or any images, okay? And through this embedding model, you are going to convert that all the data in the vector format. The vector format is nothing but the numbers, okay? List array of numbers. And whenever if you see over here, you pass the raw document, right? It will convert it into a vector, and then we are storing that vector into the database. And obviously Convex is very helpful to store the vector database. And once it is stored, right, and when you ask the question, we will just convert it into a vector, and we will again embed it into and convert it into a vector, and then we will find a similarity match, and then from it we will get the answer. Okay, it's very straightforward, guys, and don't be confused. Obviously I'm going to do it everything step by step. Now first thing, we already have the PDF file, right? Now the first step we need to do is to load this PDF file, and then once we load it, we will convert the data or whatever the PDF file content into a text. Okay, quite simple and straightforward. Then we will split the text into smaller chunks. Okay, if you have the 100 of paragraphs, right, we will convert that into one paragraph as each as a document, and then we'll embed it through this embedding model. Obviously in order to use the embedding model, we are going to use the Google's generative AI, okay, or you can say Gemini API. for the embedding because it's a free. And again, once we generate this embedding, obviously that is a vector and that we are going to save in a Convex database. All the service that we are going to use, including the LangChain, is free to use, and I'm going to tell you how to use it for free. So first thing, if you not heard about the LangChain, just first go to this langchain.com, and which help us to integrate AI with a LLM, okay, which is long language model, and quite straightforward, quite easy to integrate. I will put the link in the description for the documentation, okay, and this is the documentation, this is the image that I just showed to you, right? And if you see, they also mention the step by step how to implement each of these things. Now first thing, we need to implement a document loader. So click on this document loader. I will open in a new tab, and here you will see how to load it, right? This example just demonstrate how to load the text file, but if you want to load the PDF file, go to this integration guide, okay? So right now if you see this is the version 1 and they are not supporting anymore. They had updated the latest version, so you can just click on this new version, and if you see on the left hand side, you will see this document loader. You have two options. One is the file loader, which you can load it from the local, and one is the web loader, which you can load the PDF file from the URL. So I will click on this web loader, and here you will find a different web loader where you can load it from the GitHub, Gitbook, AWS, but we want to load it from the PDF files. So click on this PDF files, okay? Currently for JavaScript, this web PDF loader is supported, so you don't need to worry anything. Now if you see, they use this LangChain API key, and if you want to automate the tracing of your model calls, we can use this LangChain, but we don't want to use it, okay, because everything we want to go as a free only. Now first thing you need to do to install this npm package, okay? So I will copy all of this line of code, and simply inside the terminal I will paste it here, okay? I will close all of this tab for now, and all of this process, right, loading the PDF file, splitting the text, everything that we are going to do it on the API side or on a server side. So for that one, I'm going to create a new API. So inside the app folder, in order to create an API in Next.js application, you need to create a new folder called API, and inside that, whatever the endpoint you want to create, you can give it as a folder name. So in this case, we'll say PDF process, or we'll say process PDF, or PDF loader we'll say only, simple, okay? And then inside that we'll create a route.js file, okay? Let's create a function. So here we'll say export async function, and we'll give the function name as we'll say get for now. So get request, here we'll say request, and we'll simply return next response dot JSON. Here we'll say result as hello, okay? Make sure it's in the form of JSON, so I just wrap it in curly braces. Let's save it, and let's go to the web browser. Over here, just run localhost 3000/API/PDF loader, and then you will see the response called result hello. It means our get API request is working fine. Now first thing we need to do is to load the PDF file, okay? Now from the documentation, if you see, they mention that PDF file URL, then they use this FS read model and then convert it into a blob, and they pass it to the web PDF loader, and then we'll get the data through this loader.load, okay? But we'll little bit will do in different way. So what we can do, here for now I'm just hard coding the value. So here we'll say constant PDF URL is equal to, and we already have the URL of the PDF which we stored, right? So I will just copy this and then we'll paste it here, okay? Something like this, perfect. Now inside this first step, we'll simply write constant response is equal to await fetch, and then we'll pass this PDF URL. Then we write constant data is equal to await response dot blob. Okay, so we'll basically converting into a blob, and then we'll just use this web PDF loader. So maybe we need to import it. So from the documentation, we'll copy this import statement for the PDF loader and we'll paste it here, and then we'll use PDF loader, and inside that we'll pass the data, okay, which is the blob data, and then we'll say constant documents is equal to await loader dot load, and that's how you can load the data. Now in order to display it, right, I will just return this loaded information. So whatever the PDF is loaded, right, that we return it and save it. Now if I go back to our local 3000 and if I refresh it, you will see the all the content of the page is now loaded. So right now it's look little bit weird. I think that's correct. See the fall of Rome and everything. Obviously it contained the tag like /n, which is new line tag and everything, right? But in a moment we'll update everything, but the main important thing that our PDF file is now loaded successfully. Now right now if you see we have the two array list with the page content. Now we need to make it one, okay, so that we can split it. So simply over here I will say let PDF text content, okay, and then we'll use a documents dot for each I will say doc, and inside here we'll say PDF text content is equal to PDF text content plus document dot page content, okay, and then finally we'll get this PDF text content. I will just return it. I want to show you how it looks. If I refresh it, you will see only the PDF content which is inside that particular PDF file. Now once we have this PDF loaded successfully, the next thing we need to do is the splitting the text, okay, because we completed this step, the first step. Now we need to split the text. So here we'll say split the text into smaller chunks, okay. So in order to do that, let's go back to the LangChain documentation, and over here so over here the next thing is text splitting. Now just click on this text splitting and you will jump on this document where you have multiple way that you can obviously split the text using this HTML markdown code and many other things, right? Now we have the text and that what we want to split, and if you see we have this text, this is a sample code they've mentioned, okay, and using the splitter you can just put the size, chunk size depends on your requirement, and the chunk overlap as well. By default the best practice is putting the 1000 as a chunk size and 200 as a overlap, okay, but if the document is smaller you can just update this one, and let's implement it. So first thing you need to do, we will use this character text splitter instead of text splitter, okay, because this I think that's same only. Oh, I don't know why they mentioned two different, maybe there is some difference, but that's fine. Okay, yeah, this one is to split the direct document, okay, but we'll use this particular example. So we already have the text, so we now need to use this recursive character text splitting, okay. So let's go back, and if you remember we already installed the LangChain, so community and LangChain as well, so you don't need to install any library for this particular text splitting. Just make sure to import this text splitting import statement from the LangChain text splitter, something like this, okay. And over here for now I will mention 1000 and overlap with the 20, okay. And next thing, in order to get the output, this is the line of code, and we'll simply paste it here. And if you want to see how the output will look like, we'll just output inside, or we'll return that as an output, but here make sure to pass this PDF text content over here in order to split that document, right? This is just initialization for the splitter, the configuration, and then this one actually generate the output. Let's save it and let's see how it looks. Right now, if I refresh the screen, you will see the all the line is now splitted into a small objects, right, which contain the which is has the field called page content, the metadata, right? See, and there are obviously list of or bunch of objects. Now once we have this output, right, we need to store it in the form of list. Okay, so in order to do that, here we'll say constant out, oh sorry, not constant, but here we'll simply add let splitter list is equal to empty, and then we'll use output dot for each doc. Here we'll say splitter list dot push, and we'll say doc dot page content. Okay, and I will just return this splitter list in order to show how it looks. If I refresh it, you will see it is the now just a list of array with the each splitted text. Now we also completed the second point, just to split the text. Now let's go back to the LangChain, and the next thing that we need to do the text embedding models. Now once we have this API ready, right, we need to make API call to this endpoint so that we'll get the result, right? So that in the next step we want to embed it and we want to convert the text into a vector format, and before that we need that all the data. So let's go to the our components where we have this upload PDF, right, and over here we'll make API call to fetch PDF process data, we can say. Okay, and for that one I'm going to use Nextjs, which is the HTTP client library. Okay, it's similar to fetch but it's more easy to use. Now once you install, here we'll say constant result is equal to await. I think the result is already used, so the API response I will say. Okay, so here we'll say await Nextjs dot get request, and inside here we need to pass the URL, which is the /API /PDF loader. Okay, and I think that's all we needed, and then inside the console we will get the API response dot data dot result. Okay, and inside that we'll get the list of all the text and all. Okay, now this particular API call, either you can call inside this same block of code or you can create a different method. Right now I don't want to upload the file. Okay, so what I will do, we'll just comment this line of code, okay, in order to test only this API call. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So over here, let me refresh the screen, click on upload PDF, and for now, because we disable everything, I will click on this upload button, and if you see, we got the list. Perfect. It means it make the API call successfully. Now let's go back to our third point, which is the embed, right? And for embedding, if I go over here, the next step is the text embedding model. Okay, and from here you will see from the documentation we have this embedding model. There are different embedding model, but for our example I'm going to use this Google generative AI embedding model. Okay, because it's free to use. You don't need to log in or get the LangChain information. You just need a Google API key, which you can get from the Google Cloud Console. Okay, I will tell you how to do it, but before that the next step we need to do is to import this statement. So go over here and simply make sure to install it. Okay, and this is the way that you can get the embedded model. to integrate the embedded model in order to get the text. If you see, this is the text, pass it and you will get the data. But there is the simplest way that I am going to tell you. So just go to the vector store, and for the vector store, this is the all the list of database where you can store the vector formatted information or records, and search for the Convex because we are using Convex as our database. And if you see, LangChain also support the Convex. Over here, first thing you need to do is to add a database accessor for a LangChain in a Convex. So you need to create a LangChain db.ts file and you need to paste it here, and you can create a schema, okay, in order to store the document information, and then you can simply call this convex vector store where you can pass the list of all the text which you want to convert it into a vector format. You can pass the props if you have, and then you need to pass the embedding model. So in our case, we are going to use a Google generative embedding model. Okay, let's do one by one. First thing, we'll create this new folder and this file, and then we'll copy paste this line of code. So inside the convex, let's go to the convex. Inside here, we create a new folder called LangChain. Inside this, we'll create db.js file, and then we'll simply paste this line of code. Okay. Next thing, we need to create a schema where you can store this generated embedded data, right? And so inside the schema.ts document schema, so I will copy it and simply paste inside the schema.js. Okay, something like this. Now we have the document schema with these three columns. Okay, let's save it and let's see inside our database we have new schema called documents, and inside add document you will see these three columns. Okay, perfect. Now next thing, let's go to the documentation, and over here we need to add the new file called my action. Okay, inside that we'll gonna add the convex action method. You don't need to understand everything because everything we are going to do it as per the documentation. Okay, now we already have this LangChain community and core installed. If you don't have that one, make sure to install it. We are not using OpenAI as our embedding model because it's a paid version, but rather we are going to use a Google generative AI model, which is free one. Okay, I'm going to tell you how to do it. Now copy this line of code and simply go inside the convex folder. Over here I will write my action.js file. Inside that, let's paste everything as it is. Just remove this OpenAI embedding because we are not using that. Now over here, if you see, we have this sample text, some props, and over here instead of OpenAI embedding, we are going to use a generative AI. Okay, so Google generative AI. If you did not install this npm, make sure to install it. So I will make sure I will install this one, and then simply you need to copy this generative AI line of code, and instead of this OpenAI embedding you can paste this one. Okay, then inside this Google generative AI, go to the API, and here you need to provide the API key. Make sure it's correct. Oh, first thing, make sure to install this import this Google generative AI embedding import statement, and then you will see the API key field which you need to provide. Now this API key you can either get it from the Google Cloud. Okay, make sure to enable the generative AI for that API, or the simplest way that you can do it using this AI Studio for Google, where you will they provide the Google AI Studio. In that you can go to this get API key, and then you can create a new API key. Now I already have, I will just copy the existing one, and over here you can paste it. Okay, and then save it. Now once you save this one, let's go back to the documentation. I think that's all. Okay, so now what it will do, when you run this line of code, it will generate the embedding for this particular text with these props. Okay, right now we are just testing this out, okay, by passing the empty argument, and we'll see for this argument whether it's working or not. Now in order to run this action, right, it called ingest, go to the upload PDF file, and first thing we need to do is to define this action. So constant embed document will say is equal to use action, and inside that you need to provide that action name called ingest. Okay. Oh, let me go to the top. Over here we inserted. Now just simply call it. Now on upload PDF I will just call it over here. Okay, after this API response, and then save this one. Also one more important thing, inside this ingest, right, we added this generative AI. Here you will see the task type. Make sure to import the task type from the Google generative AI, because from the task type we are fetching this different kind of options. Okay, so make sure to import this task type statement as well. Now let's test this out. So let's go back to our application, click on upload PDF, click on this upload button, and then you will see nothing is happened. It means we did not get any error. But if I go to the documents, you will see the document with the embedding data, and here this is just a number, as I say, right. Then we have this metadata, the text. For this text, this is the embedding, and when it's created, that column. Okay, so it is successfully working. Now this is just a test data, but now we want to pass an actual data, whichever data we added, right. So what we need to do for that one, we are going to accept the arguments over here. Okay, so inside the argument here we'll say text splitter. Okay, because we already split the text, or split text we can say. Okay, which is of type I will give as a any. Okay, make sure to import this v from the convex value. Then we need to, I think that's all we need. Okay, for the props we are going to pass the file ID as our metadata. Okay, so for now if you see, I will just pass 123 as a string. Okay, this is our file data, or over here you can add the file ID. So it is of type string, and this file ID I am going to add over here. So here we'll say, make sure to pass this as arguments, and here we'll add arguments dot file ID, and over here we'll say arguments dot split text. Okay, something like this. Oops, sorry. Okay, so here this is the array, and this is the string that we are passing. Okay, this is the metadata that what we are going to pass. Inside the schema, if you see, the metadata is type any, embedding is type of array. Okay, so I think I can give same array and number. Okay, no, this is a text, so that's fine. Okay, let's save it, and let's test this out. So obviously inside this upload PDF, now here we need to pass the actual data. So first thing we'll pass split text that we are getting from this API response data dot result, and file ID I'm going to pass as 123 for now. Here we'll say constant result is equal to, and here embedded result I will say, and I will just console this one over here. So right now we are not returning anything, it might be getting as an empty value, but if you want to, from the my action you can just return something. So over here you will see a return completed. I don't know what we say, but let's say completed. Okay, maybe we need to put this outside. Okay, and save it. So let's go back to our application, and over here let me refresh this once. Click on upload PDF and click upload. Okay, so right now it's just a promise. Obviously we don't want to do anything with this one, but if I go to the database, here you will see the all the embedding for the given text. Okay, if you see, this is our text, and for that text we have this embedding. Right now the metadata which we pass as a 123, but we are going to pass an actual file ID over here. Okay, so that's how guys you can embed the data. Now we want to pass the actual value or actual PDF URL. Currently inside the route.js we just hard coded this PDF URL, right? But whenever we upload the any PDF file, and once it's stored and once we get the URL, we have to make sure we pass the actual value. So over here we just need to pass the value. So for example, let's add question mark. Here we'll say PDF URL, is equal to, and then we need to pass the this particular file URL. Okay, so I will just paste it here. Obviously I will uncomment all of this code. Okay, and once the file URL generated and the file is updated, then we'll pass this file URL to this particular route. Okay, now here just comment this code because we don't want this PDF URL to be hard coded, but over here simply we are going to get that file URL first. So here we'll say constant is equal to request URL is equal to request dot URL. Okay, so this request we use, and simply we'll say search params is equal to new URL. Okay, and inside this we'll just pass this request the request URL. Okay, and then in order to get the PDF URL, you can say search params dot get, and inside that you need to pass the particular field name. As this is a GET request, this is how you need to fetch the field value which you pass to this particular request. Okay, and over here if you want, you can just console this one, and here you can say PDF URL. Okay, now obviously you don't need to say any logic because already we are passing this PDF URL everywhere. Okay, and save it. Now I will just comment this code, okay, just to make sure we are getting the correct information over here. Okay, after uploading a PDF file. So obviously we are going to execute everything from step 1 until we get the text value. Okay, the text splitted value from this API route. So save everything and let's test this out. So let me refresh this one. So just click on this upload PDF, choose a file, and here you have different files. Let's select this React.js details, or you can select this UNO rules as well. Okay, it's up to you, and click open. Now give the name. So here we'll say UNO rule book. Okay, and click upload. Now once it upload, you will see this beautiful loading effect, and now if you see, we got the data. Now in this case, whatever the file we uploaded, it is uploaded to the storage, and then we got the data, right? Now if I go back to the storage over here, you will see that just now we updated this particular file. Inside the data under this PDF file, you will see the new entry called UNO rule book. Okay, that what we just updated. Now what are the code we commented for this embedded result? Now I will just uncomment this one. Okay, actually we don't need to use this. Okay, I will use this await only, and that's all you do. Okay, and then save it. So let's test all together. So right now obviously we have some documentation, but there are a lot of things over here, right? But let's upload new file. So I will refresh this one and click on upload PDF, choose a file, we'll select React.js details, click open, and here we'll say React basic. Okay, and simply click upload. Now if you see, it's loading. Now it's generated this text, and hopefully if I go over here, you will see it is also get inserted. Okay, so if you see this time, right, 3:57 and all, because that is what the current time is, and we have all the information along with the ID and all. But if you see the metadata, we did not update it, so we have to make sure we will update this metadata. So over here under the file ID, we will upload the file ID because that file ID which we already have over here. Okay, let's save it, and I will test it again with a different file now. So let me delete all of these documents. Okay, so I will delete all of this document at once, and if you see, now we don't have any document currently. Okay, and let's go to this upload PDF. I will refresh, click upload, we'll upload this UNO rule books, click open. Okay, and simply click upload. Now it is uploaded and we generated this information, everything is done. Now if I go over here, you will see the result as well. Perfect. And the main business logic of this particular application, we are almost completed. Okay, Now there are a couple of things that we need to do. As soon as the upload is successful, we need to close this dialog and we want to redirect it to the new screen. Okay, now in order to close this dialog programmatically, we are making some small change. So let's go to this upload PDF file where we have the dialog, and in that one we are rendering these children, right? So inside this children, I will remove this one, and over here I will add a button tag. Okay, and inside this button tag here we'll just add upload PDF file. Okay, instead of rendering the children, I just added this button over here, and in that we'll add on click method. Okay, now whenever user click on this one, we'll set one state which will handle the dialog open. Okay, so here we'll say open comma set open is equal to use state. Okay, and initially I will make this as a false. Now whenever user click on this button, we'll set this open as a true. Okay, and when to this dialog, obviously we'll pass this method called open as a open, and whenever we complete everything, we'll set as a open as a false. Okay, so on the click on this one, it will open dialog, and once our upload functionality is completed, we'll make the set open as a false. Okay, one more quick important, this button where we are showing this loading, right? I'm gonna add one condition. So I will disable this button when there is a loading. Okay, when loading is true, I will just disable it, and I think this is pretty much. Obviously the navigation will do it in the next chapter, but right now the most important thing that we have to make sure the PDF will get closed. One more thing, to this button I will give width to full. Let's see. Okay, and now perfect. Click on upload PDF. Let's upload the PDF file. Let's upload this Roman history file. Here I will give the name as a Roman history and click upload. Now once it is uploaded, we are supposed to close this dialog, and boom, if you see, it's now closed, and obviously everything is working, all the data we have, and again the file inside the metadata we have the file ID as well. Okay, perfect. So guys, that's all for this chapter. I hope you understand. This particular chapter is very important because this is the main application logic is there, right? If you have any question while implementing it, you can comment in the comment section. Also you can DM me on my Instagram channel. I will put the link in the description, or if you have any question regarding the membership, you can email me on members@tubguruji.com. the link or the email ID as well in a description. Now it's time to create a new page called workspace. On this page, obviously user can add his notes from the PDF. So if you see on this mockup, right, on the right hand side we have the PDF viewer. So whatever the file user uploaded, that file or PDF we are going to display over here. Okay, and on the left hand side we are going to add a text editor. You also have option to add a chat UI. Okay, and at the top we have the header. Now whenever user want to take a notes, he can enter it over here, and on this text editor, whenever user want to get the answer from the AI through or from with the help of this PDF, then we're gonna add that option as well. By selecting that particular text, we are going to give option to get the answer from the AI, and then the AI will return the answer. Okay, as simple as that. But the main important thing about this workspace that we need to divide this screen into two parts, one for the text editor and one for the PDF viewer. So let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab for now. And in this case, if you see, this particular route is a dynamic route. So workspace will be same, but here we are going to pass and file ID. Okay, so this will be the file ID that we want to pass, and this file ID will be different every time. Okay, so in that way we need to do it. If you see this erasers example, this is how we want to do. So workspace and the document ID, same way we are going to do it. So let's go back to our application, and inside the app folder I'm going to create a new folder called workspace. Inside this one we'll create another folder, but we want to create a dynamic route. So in order to create a dynamic route, right, let me split back, and here I will add a new folder, but I will start the folder name with the square bracket, and here we'll say, for example, let's add a file ID. Okay, and inside that we'll add a page.js file. Okay, now let's add a default template, and here we'll rename it as a workspace and save it. Okay, so this is how easily we can add it. Now obviously we need to get this file ID. So in order to get the file ID, you just need to write constant file ID. Okay, make sure the this name of the field which matches with this folder name is equal to use params. Okay, now this use param is importing from the next/navigation, and make sure that you will destructurize these particular parameters. Okay, now it will return the file ID for us. Next thing, we want to add a header first. Okay, so in order to add a header, I will create a dedicated header for the workspace. So here I will add a component folder first, and inside the component folder we'll add a new file called workspace header.js. Add a default template, and over here, over here we'll add the logo first. So for that one we'll add image tag, the source, and inside that we'll add logo.svg. Then we'll set width and height. Okay, and save it. Now this workspace header we need to add inside the page.js so that we can also test this out. Okay, so if I go over here and let me open this, and obviously we need to jump to the workspace slash, you can add right now any ID. So right now inside the, we use this use params, so we need to make this particular page as a use client, because this is the hook that we use, the hook only use on the client side. And right now we caught it, but okay, we don't need to add this dot. Okay, and now if you see, we have the logo. Okay, let's apply some style. So here we'll add class name, padding to 4, and also we are going to add a user button, and we'll make it justify between. So this button will be on the right hand side and logo on the left hand side. We'll also add some shadow medium. Okay, perfect. Now let's divide the screen into two sections. So let's go to this page.js. After header, I will add a div, and inside the div we'll add two more div. Okay, now this div is for text editor. Okay, and this one is for, let's add PDF viewer. Okay, and save it. Now let's add the PDF viewer first. So we'll create a new component for the PDF viewer, and I will say PDF viewer.js, add the default template and save it. Now over here, make sure to import this one and save. Now inside the PDF viewer, right, we need to get the PDF URL first, and that we will get it from the Convex. So so over here you can pass this file ID because you are already fetching it. So I will pass this file ID. So basically, instead of passing it inside the PDF viewer, we can get the data inside the workspace only. So here we say constant get file info, we'll say arrow function like this. And first thing, obviously we need to get the URL, right? And for that one we need to write a query inside the Convex. Okay, so let's go to the Convex folder, and here we have the I think we don't have the file, we have the file storage. From here we can also get the, we can write the query inside this file storage file only. So inside file storage I will add export constant get file record is equal to query. So and inside the query we will add the arguments, and inside the argument we will accept the file ID. So we type v dot is it of time string, and then we need to add a handler is of async, and here we'll add ctx arguments and the arrow function. Inside here we'll add await ctx dot db dot query the table name you need to provide. So in this case is PDF files. Okay, then we need to add dot filter. Inside that we'll add a query because we want to fetch only the record which file ID is matching, right? So here we'll say q dot equal to. Inside that we'll add the left expression which will be the I believe q dot, not q dot. So here we need to write q dot fill, and here we need to pass the field. So in this case the file ID which is the left expression, and then we want to pass arguments dot actual file ID. Okay, and that at the last we need to write collect because we want to fetch it. Okay, and obviously we will get the result, and then we will return the result. If you want to console it here, you can also console. So I will just console this result and save it. Now this get file record, this query we need to define over here. So here we will say constant get file record is equal to use queries. Inside that we pass API. API dot file storage dot get file record. Okay, and in order to get it, here you need to say constant await, constant result is equal to await get file info, and inside that the argument which we want to pass, which is file ID, and whatever the file ID we are getting from these params, we can pass it. And over here I will make this async because we are using as await. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out first. Also, just I realize over here we use this use queries. Instead of that we need to use just a query. Okay, and also we don't need this one. Okay, we can directly pass the argument over here. So inside this we can just pass the file ID as a file ID. Okay, and here we'll get the record. So here we'll say file info. Okay, and inside the use effect we want to console it, you can just console over here. So whenever the file info is available, I'm going to execute this use effect. So here we'll say file info. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. Now you can get the file ID at any file ID. Okay, and you can just paste it here, so you can get an actual data. And if I enter it and go to the inspect panel, inside the console you will see the result. Okay, obviously this result is from the Convex, and this result we just console it, right? So the first or 0th element is nothing but our result. So if I get the actual result which is inside the which is the first element, and if you see we got the data. Now from the data, if you see we have this file URL. This file URL you need to pass it. Okay, so if you just pass the exact information, so from the file storage you can just pass a result of 0. So you don't need to get get the 0th element, because now you will get only one element. And now this file information will pass over here. So here we say file info, not file info, the file URL is equal to file info dot file URL. Okay, so that's what the field name is. Okay, now once we pass it inside the PDF viewer, we need to accept it as a prop, as a file URL. Now if you want to just make sure to print it out, just print this out as a file URL, so that you will get to know whether it's printing or not. And if you see on PDF viewer at line number 4, we are getting the URL. Now the simple way that you can display this URL using the iframe. Okay, you don't need to use any third-party library for it. So in iframe you can provide the source, and the source is nothing but our file URL. Okay, and to this file URL you can provide the height. So let's provide the height. I will provide around 90 vertical height, and you can provide the width as a 100%. Okay, and class name also you can provide. So for example, let's add h90 vertical height and save it. Sometimes this height and width doesn't apply in Next.js. And if you see, we have this PDF viewer, okay, but we did not actually divide the screen into two part, right? We just added this div. So for this parent div, we'll add a class name, we'll make it grid and make grid column 2, and we'll give a gap of 5, okay. And now if I save this one, you will see now we have two sections, one for PDF and one for this one. Now this PDF is not looking the one which we expect, right? So let's go to this PDF viewer and to this file URL, right? At the end, you just need to add as hash toolbar and is equal to 0. So we don't want this toolbar, so hide this toolbar, and if I refresh it, now you will see only the PDF. See how cool, right? Now we don't have anything else over here, and you will see only the PDF content. Okay, so that's how, guys, you can add the PDF and display it on the screen. Now on the left hand side, we need to add a text editor, and for that one we are going to use a TipTap editor, which is free to use, and it also has a pro version if you want to go. But in this particular project, we are going to use all the free extension which is used to build this text editor. It's quite easy to use and it's fully customizable as well. Just go to the tiptap.dev, and here you can go to the documentation. You don't need to create any account, okay. I'm going to tell you how to integrate it without creating any account. Once you are inside this TipTap docs, right, here you will find a different options. Now for editor it's completely free, but if you want to use any other feature, you need to create an account, okay. Now let's go to this documentation, and you will find this documentation here. This TipTap is very powerful as well. Go to the install section, and inside the installation you need to select the correct framework. So in this case I will select the Next.js, and if you scroll down little bit, as we already have the Next.js project, we need to install this dependency. The one is the TipTap React, one another is React PM, and one is the TipTap starter kit. Now starter kit include many of the extension, like creating a bold text or italic the bold text and everything, okay. So you don't need to install that extension, which I'm going to tell you in a moment. But first let's copy this npm command and simply paste it here. So it will install the TipTap in our project, okay. Now in order to integrate this TipTap, right, simply first you need to add this hook called use editor from the TipTap React. So obviously inside the workspace, inside the component, we need to create a new component called text editor.js, okay. Let's add a default template, and inside here I will add that one, okay. Now make sure to import this use editor, and after that we also need to add this editor. So over here I will put inside one div something like this, okay, but make sure to import this editor content as well and save it. Now once it is done, right, you need to import this text editor component to your main workspace page. So inside the file ID we have this page.js, and inside this text editor section I am going to add the text editor and simply save it. Now if I go back to our application, now obviously we added this starter kit but we did not import it. So make sure to import this starter kit. The starter kit contains a lot of different extensions. And now if you see, the hello word is showing, which is obviously a text editor, and if you see I can able to type it, right. But this is very simple. This is just like a text box. How can we convert into a proper text editor? So let's do one thing. The first thing that I'm going to do, I will remove this particular outline, okay. This is very important. So in order to remove this outline, so we can give the style to this editor as well, and in order to give the style you need to add editor props. Inside that you can add the attributes, and here you can provide the class as well, okay. So
sorry. So over here I will add on focus, I will just remove the outline. I will mark the outline as a none, and if I mark this one, you will see the change immediately. Now if I focus it, see, you don't have that outline like a text box, right? Also I will put the height to the screen and will add some padding, like padding to 5. Perfect. See, okay, and now it's little bit like a editor, but obviously there are a lot of things that we need to add. If you say any editor, right, it has a option like you want to make a bold text, heading text, and lot of other things, right? Even inside this one you have option, right, to change this text and all. Same thing that we are going to add it. So over here, let me go to this documentation and let me show you how to add it. Before that, one more important thing. Right now, if you see inside the content, right, we just added the content like hello world, right? Because and that's what it is printing on the screen. Whenever refresh the screen, let's refresh the screen and then you will see the text hello world, because this is the content which we provide by default. But if you want to add your own something placeholder when user come very first time, that also you can add it. For that one I'm not exact sure, but if you search over here, like let's say placeholder you want to add, right? So if you see, we have this placeholder extension, and see, this is something will look like. Now in order to use this extension, right, you simply first need to install this extension using this npm command, and some of the extension is already present inside the starter kit, so you don't need to install that one, okay? And in order to use this placeholder content, right, so this is how you can use it: placeholder configure, and then you can simply add the placeholder text. So inside the extension I will add a new extension called placeholder, see, and inside that, oh sorry, placeholder dot configure, and inside that I will just add placeholder, and we'll say start taking your notes here, okay, and save it. And I don't want the content, so I will just remove this content from here. And if I refresh the screen, obviously I'm providing empty value, but if I remove the content completely, let's see what is looking. So if I refresh it now, still the placeholder is not showing. That's because inside the tip tab, right, you also need to add the style.css. So whatever style it is provided, right, you need to add it inside your global css file. So simply copy everything and inside the global css file just paste it here, okay, and then save it. I hope everything is here. So I think we miss we miss the slash here, and hopefully it will work now. And if you see, now we have this placeholder, right? Now you can type anything over here. If you want to change the color of the placeholder, you can change that one as well. Now next thing, in order to add other extension, right, just go to this extension and click on this overview section. Here you will find a bunch of extension, right? There are some free, pro and cloud. Obviously in free you have bunch of different extension which you can use it. So click on this one and you will find a different extension. Let's say you want to add an extension called bold, right? You want to make text bold. So this is the extension. Click on it. Now you don't need to actually install this extension because it is included inside your um, starter kit which we already installed, right? But if you scroll down little bit, if you want to install it again, you can install it from here. And if you want to add any custom class to this HTML attribute, you can add that too. And this is the command in order to make a text bold or unbold, okay? But for example, what you can do, just scroll down little bit, and in order to toggle the bold, this is the button that you need to add it, okay? So what I will do, I will copy all of this div, something like this, and then go back to your application, and just before this div I will paste it here and close the tag, okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this button, right? Now here I will put some sample text and click on this toggle button. You will see the text is now converted to bold. Okay, if I again click on it, it will unbold. But this look weird. The button, we need to convert it into a proper icon so that it's user can able to identify what's that, right? And some kind of effect whether this particular text is bold or not, right? So now whatever the extension which we are going to add, we'll keep in one folder. So I will copy, we'll cut it from everything and we'll create a component called uh, editor extensions.js, and we'll add a default template, and over here we'll add all our extension, but you have to make sure you will pass the editor reference over here. Okay, so because everywhere if you see the editor is used, and now inside the text editor just before over here we'll add editor extension, and inside the editor text extension we'll add the editor as well and save it. So we already defined this editor, so that reference we pass to this editor extension. Okay, now if I save this one, and you will see no changes over here. Okay, now let's modify a little bit. So for this div I will add a class name, we'll add a padding of 5, and for this toggle, right, we can convert it into a icon. So simply you can type bold and you can import the icon from the Lucid React, something like this. Okay, now if you don't know about this Lucid React contain a lot of different icons. Obviously it's a free to use, and obviously you can search it any icon over here. There are a lot of icons. Okay, but and the most important thing, whenever you type in the Next.js, you will get the suggestion and you can import the icon just like a text. Now once you save it, you will see that bold text is now showing on the screen, right? But when I click on this one, you will see the this particular bold button is not showing whether it's active or not, right? So right now if you see the class name, they added this is active class, but it is not defined. Rather you can just change this to some color, let's say text blue 500, right? Now whenever I click it, you will see the color of this bold text is now changed, right? And if I type it, say, now if you don't want this part bold unbold, you can just make it unbold, right? Let's add one more extension and then you can add your own extension. Okay, so I want to add, let's add italic extension. So let's add this italic. Okay, now you can scroll down little bit. Over here you need to add the button toggle first for the italic. So obviously after this I will add another button, and here I will just type italic. So here you will get the icon name italic. Okay, I will also change this text blue 500, and one more important thing, you can render these buttons only when the editor reference is available and initialize. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this italic editor as well, or the icon as well. Over here I will make it flex and we'll give gap of, let's say, 3. Okay, so space between these two option, not here actually, we need to provide inside this group. Perfect. Okay, now if I want to make this section as a italic, you will see it italic. I can make it bold, something like this. Now guys, I will pause the video over here and I'm gonna add some of the popular extension. Okay, obviously if you want to get it directly from my source code, you can get it from the source code as well, the link in the description. So guys, you can just go ahead and add the extension, which whatever the extension you want to add. Okay, now if you see, I added some of the extension. Okay, obviously you can add more and I'm going to add more at the end of this course, but right now each of the extension is working like a charm. So if you see, if I want to make this bold, if I want to make italic, underline, right, underline has an error, but I will fix this one. Then if you want to make this at the center, you can make this center and see. Okay, you have the strike through, then you have the highlight, and there are many others. Obviously you can try and add more extensions, but right now I think this is good enough to look like an editor, right? Now next thing that what we want to do, we are going to add one more extension over here. Okay, and which will help us to generate the response from the AI that we're gonna see in a moment. But before that, make sure that you are able to add this text editor along with the extension.
Now this is the one of the most important part of this particular project. Now once you select this particular question, let's say you want to get the answer of this question from this PDF, right? Then once you select, here we're gonna add one button for AI. Once you click on this button, then we will get the answer automatically. But before that, let me walk through how we are fetching the answer from our database. So once we select any question, right, we'll get the selected text. Then that selected text, that obviously whatever the question user written, that question we are going to pass to a vector convex vector search query in order to get a vector result. Okay, now obviously it contains the answer. Okay, but it is an unformatted answer, because this is just it will just give us the some of the records from the database, okay, which is unformatted. So in order to format this answer in an appropriate answer, we need to pass this to a AI model. Obviously we are going to integrate the Gemini's AI model, which is the existing one, and then we are going to display the result inside our editor. Okay, so let's do one thing. Now first we are gonna add the AI model over here. So in order to add it, let's go back, and inside the editor extension you can add anywhere, it doesn't matter. Okay, but let's copy this button for now and I will paste it here. I will change this to sparkles as a icon, and inside this on click, right, I'm going to call one method on select text. Okay, or not, here we'll say on AI click method. Okay, and we don't want to add this one editor, so I will just remove this one. We don't want to add any class for now. I'll put it as empty, and we'll create this method called on AI click constant on AI click, and here I will just console AI button click. Okay, just make sure that, okay, that button click is working. Now if I go back, if you see, now this button is populating. If I click on this and if I click on it, you will see inside the inspect panel under the console, the AI button click message is showing on the screen. Perfect, right? Now let's go over here, and if you want to add some styling to this one, you can add it. So like for example, on hover, you can just change the text to primary, not primary, the blue color 500. Okay, so if I hover on this one, let me close this and hover on this one, you will see. Okay, and once you click it, obviously we need to get this text from the editor. Okay, only the selected text, not all the text. Now in order to get the only selected text, we'll simply write call constant, and we'll remove this one. Here we'll say selected text is equal to editor dot state dot doc dot text between, and here we need to pass the editor dot state dot selection dot from. Okay, and then so we did no don't need to pass this curly braces, and then I will copy the same, but here we need to write 2. Okay, and then we need to write this empty space. Now let's console this selected text, so we'll get to know whether such text is getting or not. So here we'll just console selected text. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back and if I go to the inspect panel, right, and go to the console, and I selected this text right now. Okay, and if I click on this, you will see the selected text is showing as a when Roman Empire began. Now if I only select this one and click enter, you will see the empire began as a text showing on the screen. Okay, it means we are getting the selected text. Perfect. Now it's time to pass this text to the
vector search in order to get the result from the database. Now, in order to get the result, right, let's go to the LangChain documentation where we already implemented the Convex vector store, right? We use this all line of code and we added, right? But at the below, at the bottom of this particular documentation here, we'll see the search option. Okay, in order to search the result. Okay, so I will copy everything as it is, and we already have a file called my actions. So if I go over here, we have this my actions. At the bottom we'll add this new action called search. Okay, inside that we are going to pass a query. Along with that one, we are also going to pass the file id, okay, which is of type string. Then we pass the vector store. Then this is the convex vector store method, and into this method, if you see right now, they passes this open AI embedding, because whenever you pass the text which you or the question which you want to for which on you want to get the answer, that particular text you will need to convert into a vector format. Okay, and what it will do, it will matches your questions vector with the record vector, because we already saving this embedding data, right? This vector should match with this query. Obviously this particular method will take care of that one, but first we need to get this AI embedding logic over here, right? And you don't need to change anything. I will keep everything as it is. And the vector store, now once the vector store is defined, you need to find a similarity search. Okay, and then you need to pass the query, it means the question. And here you have option. The one is nothing but you will get only one result, or if you want to get a three result, you can get the three result. I will keep one for now. And also you have to make sure you will filter this out only, or we are just telling to this query that you can only search on the file id which you are passing, right? Because we don't want to search on all the documents, even though if you other user document you don't want to search on that one, right? So simply I will add a filter query. So here we say q dot metadata dot file id. And right now if you see, I'm just replacing this metadata with the inside the curly braces. Before we just showing it as a file id with the id, but right now I'm just replacing like this. Okay, so it's a very quick change. You can change it. Now over here we'll add q dot metadata dot file id is equal to arguments dot file id. Okay, and then once this is executed, you will get the result. I will just console, but here obviously you need to return this result. Now make sure to return this result in the form of string. Okay, something like this. Now let's save this one, and in order to use it now over here, first you need to define that action. You need to initialize that action over here so that you can use it. So here we'll say constant search AI is equal to use action, and inside that we'll use API dot my action dot search. And now over here we get constant, uh, here we'll say result is equal to await search AI, and inside this search AI you need to pass a query as a selected text. Okay, and the file id, obviously we need to get the file id as well along with this editor. So here we'll add file id, and inside this page we'll pass a file id. Let's do one thing. Instead of this one, right, we can just use this params in order to get the file id over here directly, but make sure to import this use params. Okay, now this file id you can use it over here, and then mark this as a async. Perfect. And once you're done with this one, here we'll say constant result, here we'll say unformatted answer, and we'll just return as a result. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So right now we already have a question. Let's get the answer for it. If I go over here, select this one and click icon, and now if you see we got an error. Okay, let me refresh this once. We might get this error, but let's see. So here we'll say Roman Empire. Okay, and I will select this one, and if you see, we got this error, and what it's saying that the expected vector with a dimension 153c and received 168. Okay, so we did one mistake over here. So if I go to the my action, right, not my action, where we are embedding, so inside the schema right now we provide the dimension as 1536, which is OpenAI is supported this one, right? But we need to provide with the dimension 768. Okay, so this dimension we need to add it. Okay, so this is very important, guys. So make sure you will update this dimension inside the schema documents. Now currently, obviously we need to delete all of this document because the dimension of this document is different. So embedding is incorrect, so I will just delete it and we'll upload a new document. So let's go to the dashboard and we'll upload a new file. So choose a file. Here we have upload Roman Empire. Here I will rename as Roman Empire. Click upload, and it's getting uploaded. I think it's uploaded. If I go back to the documents, you will see everything is there. Go to the PDF file and I will copy this file ID, because right now we did not implement the routing yet on the once it is finished, right? We will do it in a moment, but right now let's go to the workspace and then the file ID, and right now if you see, it's working perfect.
Now if I select this text and run this one, you will see that you got the data and it's saying began in 27 BC when Augustus and blah 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 blah. And if you see over here, that's what it is written. Okay, so it began in 27 BC. It means it giving us the correct answer. But if you see, this is unformatted, right? And we need to format correctly, right? So for that one, we are going to use an Gemini API. So obviously we completed this step and we also completed this step. Now we need to implement this Gemini AI model in order to structure the data. Okay, and it's quite simple, guys. Now let's first get the page content. Okay, this is very important. So let's go back to our application, and over here we'll get the answer first, unformatted answer in the form of text. Oh, sorry. Now we get the result, but obviously this result is a list. So over here I will say result is equal to, let me do one thing. Here we'll say constant unformatted answer is equal to JSON dot parse, because this result inside the result is in the form of string. We need to parse it into form of JSON, right? That's why I'm writing like this, and we don't need this anymore. But over here now we'll say unformatted answer, and means it's there, unformatted answer dot for each, and here we'll say item, and here we'll say let answer is equal to empty, and we'll just append all the answers plus item dot page content. Okay, so if I go over here, you will see the inside the page content we have the answer up to this point. Okay, we don't want this metadata, we just want this answer. Perfect. Now once we have this answer, okay, let me, yeah, once we need have this answer, we need to write one prompt. Okay, that prompt we need to pass to the AI model. So here we'll say for question. Okay, you can write anything you want, but make sure you will keep this format. Here we'll say selected text, because this is our question, right? So for a question, here we'll say and with the given content as answer, please give appropriate answer in HTML format. Okay, the answer content is, and then we'll pass
this answer content. Okay, so unformatted, here is unformatted answer, all unformatted answer. Now we can write like this. Okay, because this is not the, this is just unformatted answer, right? And now once we have this prompt, now we need to integrate the Gemini AI model. So for that one, just go to this aistudio.google.com. okay, and if you don't have account, create a one. It's a free to use, completely free to use. Okay, and there are many projects on my channel I just build with the help of this Gemini AI model. Just go ahead and check that out if you want to learn more. Now over here, if you once you go to this AI Studio, where we already get this API, right? Now inside here, go to this create new prompt, and you can just test this prompt by adding the your question and the formatted answer. Okay, and once you're done with this one, or maybe you can go here on this particular page and click on this get code. From here you need to select the JavaScript and then copy everything as it is. Now we already installed this generative AI model, so you don't need to install, but you can make sure that it is installed to your package.json. Okay, now once you copy all of this code, inside the root directory I'm going to create a new folder called configs. Inside that we'll add this AI model .js file, and I will paste all of this code. Okay, now we'll modify this little bit. First thing, we need to add Gemini API key. I don't think so we add it over here, so here I will add this Gemini AI key, something like this, and over here we'll paste this key from this API key. Okay, so I will copy this one. We already have, but you can just add it inside your .env.local file. Then here make sure the model is Flash, because Flash is completely free. Obviously Pro is also free, but in Flash you can make a more request. Then you can keep everything as it is. The response type, I will keep this text only. Then if you don't want to add these functions, so I will remove these functions call. Only I will comment this code as well. Only we want this chart session. Okay, and here we'll make export. Now to this chart session, if you see, we need to add our prompt in order to get the result. Now let's go to the editor extension, because our AI model is now ready. So over here we'll say constant result, AI result, we'll say AI model result is equal to await. Here we say chart session. Now make sure this chart session is importing from this configs AI model dot send message, and inside that you need to pass your prompt. So this prompt that we are going to pass to this one. Okay, perfect. And then we'll just console the result. So here we say console.log final, or not final, AI model result dot response dot text, and save it. Boom, that's all guys. Now let's test this out whether we are getting the correct answer or not. Okay, so I will write a similar question here. We'll say when Roman Empire began. Okay, and I will use this one, and right now we got one error. It's saying this API key is invalid. Okay, let's see why, because we added this API key. So I think we forgot to update this next public API key. So inside the AI model, yeah, make sure to update here like this. Okay, and now let's test this out. I will clean this console and run this one, and boom, if you see, we got the HTML data. Inside that it's formatted correctly. Okay, you see the unformatted data, and this is the formatted data. The Roman Empire began in the 27 BCE, when Augustus Caesar became the first Roman initially, blah blah blah. But if you see, this is the HTML formatted data. That's very cool, right? Perfect. Now what you need to do, you need to add this answer below to this one. So let's add it. So in order to add the answer to your editor, here first we need to get whatever we have inside the editor, because obviously it will overwrite it. Okay, so whatever you have inside the editor, including everything, okay, it doesn't matter whether it's a only selected question or what, everything we want. So in order to get all text is equal to editor dot get HTML. So here we'll say get HTML, okay, because we want to get the HTML data, and then we'll say editor dot command dot set content, and here we're gonna first add the text obviously, and inside that we'll add a p tag, okay. I will close this p tag as well. Then we want to add strong tag, it means bold tag, and inside the strong tag I will say answer, okay. And then after this we'll add the actual answer, okay. So here I'm going to say final answer is equal to and this particular result, okay. So here we'll say final answer. Perfect. I think that's all we need. Perfect. Okay. Oh, so this all text we need to pass over here and save it. And now if I test this out, let me close this one. And okay, so we got error, it's saying final answer is not defined. That's interesting. Okay, so this will be a F with the capital. I think that's correct. Oh, so here we need to define it as a constant. Obviously we forgot that one, but if I try it now, still we have error. So it's saying cannot read property of undefined set content, okay. So this is not working, so this need to be, I think, commands dot set content, and boom, if you see we got the answer for Roman Empire began, and this is the answer which in the form of HTML. But do you see some weird things? We are getting this HTML tag, okay. Let's remove this tag as well. So in order to remove this tag, I'm going to add a quick thing. So over here we'll say replace, and I'm going to replace this with this one, and also again I will add a replace method for HTML and empty, okay. So we are just making sure we are replacing everything. So let me copy this one, I will empty this, I'll put the question, and with this AI, boom, we got the result. Oh, we have this one 3, I will remove that one as well. It looks similar to me, I don't know, but that's fine, okay. But guys, you know, we got the beautiful answer with the formatted information. Let's try some couple of more question over here. Now I have one question. So here we'll say who killed to 25 to 50 million in Europe, okay. And over here I will select this one, I will use this AI, and then boom, see the Black Death kill an estimated 25 to 50 people in Europe, roughly 1/3 of the continent pollution. And if you see, this is where the answer is located. How cool it is, right? And now you can search anything. If you want to write something like tell me 3 to 4 lines, tell me in 3 to 4 lines about Roman Empire, okay, and we'll execute this one, and boom, if you see, it's automatically formatted data. And obviously this information not any from AI or any other cloud, but it is getting only from our PDF, guys. How cool, right? And this is how you can take notes. Now obviously if anything you want to highlight, let's say you want to highlight this line of code, just highlight with a charm, okay. So that's all guys for this particular section. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Next, what we are going to do, we are going to save this notepad or whatever the content user written on this notepad to our database. Now before moving to the next section, a couple of things that we are going to fix over here. Right now I added a notes, and if you see, when I try to scroll it, scroll the complete page, because this particular section is not scrolling, okay. But inside the PDF, right, see, this is how we want, but right now it's scrolling everything. So in order to fix it, let's go to the text editor section, and inside this editor content we already added this div. Over here add a class name and just make it overflow scroll, something like this, and give height, let's say 88 vertical height, okay, and save it. And if I refresh this now, let me refresh it. Oh, we have all the content gone. Okay, let me add it. And now if you see, I've added this answer. Okay, and over here if I scroll it, now it's only scroll until this part, see, and I can scroll this one, I can scroll this one only. Okay, perfect. So that's what we wanted. Another important thing, when we ask any question, right, it's taking some time to get the answer because we are making an API call, the AI call, and lot of other things. So in order to tell user, okay, this is we are getting answer from the AI, please wait, some kind of alert message or toast message, right? So in order to add some kind of toast message, we are going to use a ShatCN component called toaster. Okay, so over here we have this toast component. Okay, and if I click on this one, this is how the toast will look like. But they also have another component called sonar, and if I click on this one, you will see the sonar component, something like this. So we'll add that one. So copy this npm command first, and then make sure to install this sonar component. It's very easy to use. Then you need to add this toaster from the UI sonar inside your root layout. So let's go to the root layout. So my bad. So this is our root layout, and over here I will add this sonar component. So make sure to add and make sure to import this one as well. So let me copy this import statement and we'll paste it here. Okay, and save it. Now in order to use it, you can directly use something like this. So here inside this editor extension, whenever you click on this button, here we'll say AI is working, getting your answer, and save it. Okay, now if I go back, and okay, so here we have one error saying cannot resolve the sonar component. Let's see whether it's installed or not. Okay, so it does not install yet, so it asking do you want to proceed, and now it is installed successfully. Now if you see, it's refreshed. Now if you ask tell me about Roman Empire in 3 lines and click this one, we have one error, can toast is not defined. Interesting, because we did not import the toast over here. So make sure to import this toast from the sonar only, and let's test this out. We did not get it. Let me refresh this one and I write this question. I use this one, and if you see, it's saying AI getting answer, and you got the answer. Cool, right? So that's how, guys, you can get the answer and you can show the toast message as well. So quick thing, in the header, in the center of the header, right, we are going to show the file name because we already have the file name. So inside the file id and page.js, we already fetching this file info. To this workspace, I'm going to pass the page or the file name, and here we'll say file info dot file name. Okay, and then inside the workspace header, we'll accept here as a file name, and inside here at the h2 tag will display file name. But over here now inside here justify between, I think this is good. Let's save it, and now if you see, the Roman Empire file name is showing on the screen. If you want to give some styling, you can just add the styling. Okay, perfect. So that's how it works. Now we are going to store the user nodes to our database, and for that one we need to create a new table called nodes. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside here inside the schema.js we'll add a new nodes as a new table. So here we'll add a schema, oh sorry, here we need to define the table. Inside the table we'll say file id for which this node is belong to, so which is of type string. Then nodes, again this is of type any, and then the created by, okay, which is the user's email. So here we'll say type string. Okay, and then save it.
As soon as you save this one, you will see the new table get created called nodes to the Convex database. Okay. Now here we will create a new file called nodes.js, and inside that we'll write all the nodes related operations. So here we'll say constant or we'll say export constant add nodes is equal to mutation, and inside this first thing we'll need to get the arguments. Now inside the argument we need to get the file ID which is of type string, then nodes again which is of type any, and then the created by which is of type string. Okay, after that we are going to add a handler. So here we'll say async ctx arguments, and then inside the handler first we'll check the nodes record is already there or not, right? And then only we are going to insert the record. So here we'll say constant record id is equal to await ctx dot db dot I think we can query this one, right? And here inside the query we'll provide the table name called nodes, and then we'll filter this out. So filter on query q. So here we'll say q dot equal to, let me bring this down, and inside that we'll write q dot fill. The fill name is the file id along with and we'll obviously matches with this file id. If it's equal, then collect the record. Okay, and here we'll say similar like this user, right? Here we'll check if the user has a length or not, something like this. So here we'll say if record id dot length is greater than or maybe is equal to 0, means we don't have a record, then we need to insert the record. Okay, so in order to insert the record we'll say await ctx dot db dot insert inside the nodes dot I think inside here we need to provide the value now. Okay, so the value is first file id, which will be the file id, the arguments dot file id. Then we need to add nodes as a nodes, and then created by as arguments dot created by. So over here as well this need to be arguments dot nodes. Okay, and then the data is inserted, that's all. Okay, but if the record is already there, then we need to update the existing record. Now in order to update, you can just go to this Convex update existing documents. Inside this writing data, right here you will see how to insert a new record, how to update the documents once if you have the field on which you want to update. Okay, so this is the line of code in order to update the record. Now in order to add a patch, let's say await ctx dot db dot patch, and inside the patch we need to provide the record id. Okay, now I just renamed this to a record instead of record id, and here you can get the first element dot underscore id. Okay, because that whatever the record you want to update, that document id you need to provide, and then you need to provide which field you want to update. So we want to update the nodes field with the arguments dot nodes. So whatever the nodes we pass, that node we are setting to this node column and save it. Now once this is done, right, let's go to the editor extension, and over here we'll define or initialize this add nodes. So here we'll say constant add nodes is equal to use mutation, and inside that we'll say API dot nodes dot add nodes. Okay, and once the AI image is or the AI result is generated, here we'll say add nodes, or we can say save nodes. Actually, let me rename this to save nodes. So it doesn't matter, but it's little meaningful. So here we'll say save nodes, and inside that we need to pass in some arguments. First argument will pass nodes. So inside the nodes, right, we need to get
the all the text, whatever the text we have inside the editor. So I will just copy this over here, and then we need to pass the file ID which we already have, and then we need to pass created by. Now in order to get the created by, I will just get it using this clerk hook. So we'll use this over here. So here we'll say user dot primary address dot email address. Okay, and that's how the nodes will get saved. Okay, now let's test all this together. So let me delete this particular line and let me ask this question to the AI with the help of this PDF. I will just run this one, and boom, if you see, we got the answer. If I go over here inside the note section, you will see the notes record get added. See, okay. So obviously this is the for only first question, and this is the new record, and that's why only this particular line of code executed, because right now this record was not there. That's why they inserted new record. But let's try to add some more things. So here we'll say uh, who kill 25 or 25, or let's ask some different question now. So I will say tell me about question. Oh, I don't know why it did not copy. I will say in industrial revolution in 2 lines. Okay, and let me execute this one, and boom, we got the answer. And not only that, but over here if you go to at the bottom, you will see the text called economy everyday life. That's what is written. It means all of this data get saved to our database. Cool, right? Perfect. That's how guys you can save it. Now the question is, how can you retrieve this data? If I refresh this one, see, it's not there. We have to make sure whenever you jump on this particular page, the data will be there. So let's do that. So first thing, let me close this and go to the page.js file. Okay, right now we are already fetching this file information, correct? Now inside the text editor, we will fetch, we'll say constant get nodes, and we'll fetch the nodes over here. So here we'll say use to get nodes stored in DB. Okay, now over here we need to write a large the query for that one. So inside the nodes I will write a query. So here we'll say export constant get nodes, and here will be the query. Inside the query we'll pass arguments as a file ID as v dot string, and then we need to pass an handler. Okay, so inside the handler it will be ctx arguments, and here we'll simply write constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot query on nodes column. Here we'll say filter on query q dot equal to, and then we need to pass query dot fill on file id, and then we need to pass the arguments dot file id. So oh wait, just a second, arguments. So this is correct, file id. I think something is mismatch. Let's make this async. So we have the q dot, and this is file id, and then oh, so is equal to file id, something like this, and then we'll say collect. Okay, and once we get the result, we'll simply return the result. Okay, so here you can also get the result, whatever the result, exact result. So if you want to get only nodes, you can just get the nodes and pass the or return the nodes only. Okay, now let's save this one and make sure we don't have any error. Obviously you can also always check the functions. Right now if you see, we have the error inside the function.
Oh, so just I mistakenly write different over here. So just make sure to update this one. Now our function is ready. Okay, let's save it. Go to the text editor and inside here first define this query. So constant get note query is equal to use query, or this need to be query, I think, just a query. Okay, and I think we are getting the query directly over here, so you don't need to call this method. Okay, so here we'll say nodes is equal to use query. Here we'll say API dot uh, nodes dot get nodes, and inside that we need to pass an arguments. So we'll pass file id as file id. We don't have file id, so let's get it this file id from the text editor. So if I go to the pages, we have this text editor. Here I will pass the file id as a file id. Okay, now if I go over here, now we have the file id as well, and then we'll get the nodes. So here I will just print this out and we'll see whether we are getting the nodes or not. Alright, so to solve this error, actually let's add a question mark over here, and also I think we by mistakenly did a wrong. Here we need to add equal and then comma argument file id and then save this one. Okay, now if I refresh this, now if you see we don't have any error. Now if I go to the inspect panel and inside the console, here online text editor 17, where I just console these nodes, right, and these nodes now we are getting over here. Okay, with the proper HTML tag and everything perfect, right? Now next thing, we need to set these nodes to the editor. So over here, similar like editor extension, right, where we are setting the content. Okay, same thing we are going to do over here. So here we'll say editor set content and we'll say nodes. Okay, now this one you can also use it inside the use effect. So here we'll add a use effect, and whenever the nodes are available, we'll console or we'll set this as a nodes and then save it. Now if I go back, let me refresh this once, and oh, we got an error. So over here we have to make sure the editor is initialized. So here I will add a condition as well. So nodes and editor is available only, execute this use effect, and editor is need to be there. And now if I refresh it, boom, if you see we got the result, right? Now let's test something else. So here I will write something like, I am asking the question on this basis. So here say what are the plague came in two forms, and let's do it, and boom, we got the answer. Okay, now if I refresh this one, and still you have the answer. If I remove this one, right, and obviously you can add something, make an AI call, and then it will get updated. So right now we just make this AI update when sorry, when we are just saving these notes when there is an answer which you are generating from the AI. But there is a one more thing we need to consider, that if you even though write some notes here, right, we need to make sure to save it. So either you can give some button over here, or you can update it after every certain times. Okay, it's up to you how you want to do that, but rather I will give button for save this particular file, so that will be very helpful. So go to the header. So let me close this and I will go to the header. Inside the header, oh sorry, not this one, the workspace header, and here we have the user button. I will add a div. Inside the div will add a button called save. Okay, and nearby I will add this user button. Let's add a class name, make it flex gap of 2 item to be in the center, and save it. Now we have this save button over here. Okay, now whenever you make a file, just save it, guys. Obviously we need to write a method in order to save it. Guys, I think this is a task for you. Okay, just go ahead and make sure how to save it. There are two ways that you can save it. Either you can pass the editor reference to this button, okay, or to this component, or you can make a context in order to trigger this on save method. It's time to display all the files which user uploaded previously on the dashboard. Currently our dashboard looks empty. So if you see on this one, we'll give the dashboard as a workspace page, and then we are going to show the icon as a PDF icons. We can show the file name and the updated date as a inside as a or as a card format. Okay, and over here we gonna give option to add or upload a new PDF. So let's go back over here, and I'm going to get an asset using this flat icon. I think let's get the PDF icon because we are just uploading the PDF, right? So there are a lot of different PDF files. I will use this one and just download it. It's completely free and no license required. Okay, so just download it, and once you download, just copy this one and go to your project, and inside the public folder you can just paste it here as a pdf.png. okay, so that we can use it. Now let's go back to the dashboard page. So here we have the dashboard page, and over here I'm going to add the text called workspace. Okay, I will add a class name, will make font bold, text to Excel, and save it. So let me refresh this one, and if you see, the text workspace is showing. I will make it this 3XL little larger. Perfect. If you want, we'll make this as a medium. Perfect. Then we want to first get the all the files which user uploaded, right? Now for that one we need to write a query. So just go to the simple this file storage, and inside the file storage, right, we need to get the all the files which a user uploaded. So here we will say export constant get user files. Here this will be the query, and inside the query we will pass the arguments. Inside the argument we will get the created by, or user email, will say user email as v of type string, and then over here we will add a handler with ctx comma arguments, and inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot query on table pdf files. Inside that we'll write filter, we'll write query q, the q dot equal to left expression, means q dot fill, on the field we want to add error which is created by, and then arguments that we need to pass as a user email. Okay, and then we'll write dot collect because we want to fetch all the records. Okay, let's make this as a async, and now once you get the result we'll say return the result, but make sure to pass it as a stringify and then pass it as a result. Okay, and save it. Now once you got this one, I will just make sure we don't have any error and our function is ready. Now go to the page.js. Here I will define constant. So over here, instead of this JSON string file, you can just return this result as well. Okay, and now inside the page.js, first we'll get the user information so that we can pass the user email address, and over here we'll say constant file list is equal to use query, make sure it's a query, then API dot file storage dot get user files. Okay, obviously here we need to pass an arguments as a user email. So here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, and I will just console the result as a file list. Now we use this user as a hooks, so here we need to make this as a client. Okay, and now if I refresh this one, if you see inside on line page 14 we got the result. Right now, if I go to the PDF file, we only have one record, so that's the reason it's only showing the one result. Perfect. Now we need to iterate this all the values. So over here I will define the div. Inside the div, we can directly map the file list dot map. Here we'll say file comma index and the arrow function. Let's add a div. We'll add a key as an index, and first thing I will add an image tag, the source tag, and here I am going to show the pdf.png file. Here we'll say file as a tag. Here we'll add a width of 70, height of 70. Let's save it and let's see whether it's displaying on the screen or not. So let me refresh this one. So it's saying file list is empty. So let's add a condition and we'll execute only when the file list is available. Perfect. See, now I will just make this as a 50, and then after this we'll add a h2 tag with a file name. So here we'll give file dot file name and another h2 tag for file dot created by. Okay, obviously this created by we need to form, not created by, but I think we have creation time. I hope so. Obviously this creation time is not in the correct format, so right now we'll just comment this out. Now for this div we'll add a class name, make it flex, give padding of 5. Let's add a shadow medium and let's see how it looks. That's look pretty awesome. So let's make it rounded MD, and we want a flex column, so make it flex column, item to be in the center, justify center. Perfect. Okay, now obviously we want to show in the form of grid, and I am going to add little border to this one. So here we'll add a border too, so that's look pretty nice. And for this particular div we'll add a class name, we'll make it grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller, we'll make grid column 3 when this, and on last screen we'll make grid column 4. Now if you see, this is how it will look like, and on extra large we'll make grid column 5. Okay, also we'll give gap to 5 and let's give margin top to 10. Perfect. Okay, for this one we'll add a class name, margin top to 3, font medium, text extra large. Perfect, and this is the file. Okay, and this is your notes file. Obviously when you hover on this one we'll change the cursor pointer, and if you want to you can do scale it little bit and make transition all for a smooth animation, something like this. Okay, now whenever you load the or you come very first time, if you see the workspace is showing empty for some time, right? And right now if you see the required field user email is missing inside the API storage, right? So to fix this couple of issue, let's go to the file storage first, and over here inside the handler we'll simply add a condition that we can first add a condition over here. So it's there. So if you see, if you write argument dot user email, if it's not there we'll simply return nothing. Okay, and now if I refresh this, now if you see we don't have that error. Okay, because it's trying to get that email but email is not there. So make sure you will return empty. Okay, and whenever it's available you can just execute it. Also over here by mistakenly here we need to make this as a not equal to, then only return. And for now what we can do, we can add an optional field. Okay, because sometimes it's not there, and then if I refresh this now, I hopefully you're not getting any error, but you will get the actual result. Now if you refresh this one, if you see it's taking some time to load the data, so in meantime you can show some kind of skeleton effect. So if I go to this page.js, okay, inside here you you can write a condition. So first I will do if file list dot length is greater than 0, then show the file list, otherwise I will add a div over here. Otherwise you can simply, or we can add 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 dot map, here we will say item comma index and the arrow function. So what I'm going to do, I'm just iterating the list of array with the empty value obviously, but inside that I'm going to add the skeleton effect. So here we'll add a class name, we'll add background slate 200, then we'll make a rounded corner. Also we'll add a height of 100 pixel, and most important, make animate pulse, okay, which is the Tailwindcss pulse effect, which is giving, and if I refresh it, you will see this animated effect, right? Also I will make this height to 150 and save it, and over here to this div we'll add a key as the index and save it. Now if I refresh everything, you will see that pulse effect. Cool, right? See how cool. So that's how guys this skeleton effect get added. Now on the click of this one, we need to make sure it will redirect it to the workspace page. So on this div, either you can convert this into a link, or simply I will wrap this in a link tag from the next/link and will provide the h-reference. I will wrap this complete div something like this and save it, okay, and over here we'll say workspace slash, and then we need to provide id, so file dot file id, and now save it. Let's trace this out. So okay, so obviously I added, so let me refresh this one, and now if I click on this dashboard, boom, if you see, it's redirect to the new page. How cool, right? Now let's upload some new file. So I will click on upload pdf, choose a file, and here we'll select this uno rulebook, open it. Here we'll say uno rule book, click upload, and once it is uploaded, you will see this file is behind this one, right? Because it's showing behind, because Convex, you know that Convex is a real-time database, okay, and once it's updated, you can go to this uno rulebook, and then you will see the file on the right hand side and your notebook over here. Cool, right? Another way that you can do it, as soon as it's uploaded, you can just redirect it to the workspace page. It's up to you how you want to implement it, okay. Also, as soon as it's uploaded, you can show some kind of toast message. So over here I will just add a toast message, file is ready, okay, perfect. Let's try one more file, and in this case let's add this. I'm not sure which one is good one, but let's add this one, basic pdf we'll say and click upload. See, basic pdf is uploaded, and if I click one, you will see that pdf information. I think it's working perfectly fine, and now you can start asking question. So let's say, what is skip card inside the uno? Let's select this one, click AI, and boom. And if you see, I added this one more tag that it also highlighted, right? So what is skip card, and boom, right? As soon as you generated it, it will get saved. If I refresh it, you will see your notes, it's there guys. Now let's update this progress bar as well. Currently we hard coded this value, but depends on the number of file user created, we need to show this progress. So let's go back, let me close all of this tab and just open the sidebar. Under this one, if you see, we have this progress, correct? So inside the page.js file, we are already fetching the file list, and we are just sending the length of this particular file. So go over here and to this sidebar. I don't think so we use it here, but that's fine. You can just copy this line of code and go to the sidebar and we'll paste it here. Now make sure to import this use user and the use query and mark this component as a use client. Okay, make sure to import this API as well, and once we have the file list we can show the length over here. So here I'm going to add file list dot length divided by number of files. So in this case our number of file is only 5, so that's the reason I divided by 5, and then let's save it and let's test this out. So this look weird, and then make sure to multiply it by 100. Now you will get the result. Okay, so that's how you can do it. Now obviously if you upload any of the file it will get update. Also update this count. So over here I will just update this count, depends on the length of the file list, right? So right now if you see we have 3 out of 5 PDF uploaded. Now if I upload any of the PDF, let's upload some PDF. Let's say I will again upload this Roman Empire PDF. Okay, so and upload it, and if you see right now it's making some process, but in the background the Roman is updated, and along with that one this progress bar also get updated, and we had that toast bar that's saying file is ready. Now you can go to that file and start writing the your notes. Okay, right? Now obviously if I go to any of the file you will see your notes are already there. See, okay, so that's how guys you can implement this particular feature. Now before moving to the next chapter, we have to make sure that users are not able to create any more files once user reach the total number of files. Okay, means if total user reaches up to 5 files, we have to make sure user will not create any more files. So for that one, into this sidebar, right, we have this button called or here we have this upload PDF dialog button. To this dialog, maybe we can pass some value. So here we'll say is max file and is equal to, and here we can write a condition if file list dot length is greater than is equal to 5. Okay, then we can make it as a max file is reach, otherwise we can make it as a false. Okay, and obviously we are going to add one more condition once we implemented the payment gateway and user able to buy the credits and everything. Okay, but for now we'll make sure that user will only create 5 files and not more than that. Now let's save it and go back to this upload PDF dialog. Here I will set as a is max file, and this particular I am going to use it over here. So I will just simply disable this button if max file is true. Okay, so currently if it's not disabled, but if I upload some file, let's upload one more file, uno2, upload it. I have only couple of PDF files, so that's why, and boom, if you see we have 5 files, it is reached a maximum, and now the button is disabled because you already you already reach maximum file, right? So that's how guys it will work. Obviously if you want you can go to the PDF and delete some files. Let's delete these 2 files, and over here now it's again enabled. See okay, so and we are not giving option to delete any of the workspace, because otherwise user will add it and delete it and it will go on and on, right? And user will never buy our or upgrade our plan. Okay, so that's why we are not deleting any of the files. Now we are going to add the payment integration to our application. Currently in a free tier, user can upload only 5 PDF files. But if your user want to upload more than 5 PDF, then user need to buy unlimited subscription. Okay, not a subscription but unlimited plan where user can upload unlimited files. And currently we have this upgrade option, and on the click of that one we want to navigate to the new screen. So let's create a new screen. So inside the dashboard only I'm going to add a new we can add a new file. or folder, and we can call it as a upgrade. Inside that we'll create a route.js file, and let's add a default template. Here we'll say upgrade plans, okay, and then save it. Now if I go over here and just search as slash upgrade, dashboard slash upgrade, so it look like upgrade, that's correct. So it need to be a dashboard slash upgrade. Oh, so this need to be page.js, my bad, this is not a API so that's why. And if I enter it, now you will see the upgrade plan text is now showing. It means it's going to this particular route, but over here we don't know which option is selected, right? So let's modify that. So inside the dashboard sidebar component, here in order to get the route, first we'll need to check which route currently the user on, right? So here we'll simply add constant path is equal to use path name from the next slash navigation, right? And here we'll simply add a styling. So for this class name, make sure to wrap in a curly braces with this particular tag, and inside that we'll simply add $sign, and here we'll say if path is equal to dashboard, then we'll add background slate 200, okay. And same thing we are going to do over here for the upgrade. Let's type in a curly braces with this particular tag. Let's remove the single quote, and then here we're gonna add a condition if path is equal to slash dashboard slash upgrade, then make a background slate 200, okay. And let me show you how. And if you see right now, user on the upgrade page, and this one is showing as a the gray one, right? But when user all on the dashboard page, it automatically show this as a selected one, okay. Also on the click of this one, we have to make sure it is redirecting to a specific page. So I will just wrap this particular div in a link tag from the next link. Here we'll add a h reference, and then we'll navigate to the correct path. This is for the workspace may option, and then we also need to do for same for the upgrade. So here for upgrade, we'll go to the dashboard slash upgrade. And now if I click on this upgrade, it will go to the upgrade. If I click on workspace, it will go on workspace. And not only that, but you will see the selected option as well. Okay, perfect. Now go to the upgrade, and first thing we need to do inside the page.js, here I will add a h2 tag. Here we'll say plants, and we'll add update your plan to upload multiple PDF to take notes, okay. So for this h2 tag, we'll add font bold, we'll make it medium, and text is of 3XL, something like this, okay. That's look good to me. Now obviously you can create a UI in order to add the plants, but if you don't want to create and you want just a component, go to this hyperui.dev, which contain a lot of different ready-made component which is based on the Tailwindcss. You don't need to install any library, and in that we have these pricing components, okay. So you can just search over here, call pricing, and inside that you will see these two option or two example. Whatever you want, you can just take this, and in order to get the code, here you can select the JSX first, and then say view, where you can get the code as it is. Just copy this code and simply paste it here. So I will just use it over here and save it. Now if I go back, you will see this plan, okay. So that's how your plan will look like. Obviously I'm going to modify this little bit, the style and this option. So I will pause the video and I will do that. Now in order to add an payment integration, we are going to use a PayPal. The reason that we are going to use PayPal, because it's available worldwide, and you don't need to create any business account for it for development purpose, okay. So just go to the developer.paypal.com, and inside here make sure you are on sandbox mode, and once everything is there, you test it, In a production mode, you can just go to live. Okay, over here, first thing you need to do is to create an API credential. So make sure to get this client ID, okay, because we need this one. And once it's ready, we need to install this library called React PayPal JS. Okay, so copy this npm command, go back to your project, and inside here I will just paste it. And once it is installed, the next thing we need to do is to wrap our application inside this PayPal script provider. Okay, so I will copy this one and go back to your project. Now you can wrap it inside your provider.jsx file. So over here, maybe we can wrap inside this children or inside this provider, Convex provider, something like this. Okay, and obviously here we need to provide the client ID. So I will just copy this client ID, and then inside the .env.local file we'll paste next underscore public PayPal client ID is equal to, and paste this client ID. Oh, I don't think so I copied it. So now I copied and pasted here. Now just pass this client ID over here. So we'll say process.env and the environment variable key. Okay, make sure to format this document. Perfect, and save it. Now once this is done, the next step is, let me go to this page, that we need to use this PayPal button. Wherever you want to use, you can just use this one. So in our case, obviously we want to use, so right now it's saying this error that PayPal script provider is not defined. Obviously we forgot to import this one, and now make sure to import it. If I save it, now if you see, we don't have any error. Now instead of this get started button, we want to add that PayPal button. So go to this upgrade plan page button, and over here we have this get started button, right? So I will just comment this and I will put this PayPal button. Obviously make sure to import this one and then save it. Now we have this error, that's because we need to mark this component as a client side and save it. Okay, and now if you see, we have this beautiful button option. Perfect. Let's give some margin and padding. So I will wrap this in one div, and then we'll add a class name margin top to 5. Perfect. Okay, now once you user click on this one, let's click on debit or credit card, and you will get the option over here. That's not like, but okay, let's go to this PayPal. Here you will get this beautiful pop-up. Now from here as well, you have option to pay with the debit or credit card without creating any PayPal account. Right now if you see, the amount is not correct, right? We want to create it with the given amount. So for that one, we need to create an PayPal order with the exact amount. Now in order to create an order here, first we need to go to this PayPal button, and inside here we need to have option called create order. Okay, inside here it will take or data comma up, sorry, my bad, data comma action, and then the arrow function like this. Okay, now it will return action. You can make this action, I think it's destructured as actions dot order dot create. Okay, and inside here you can pass the purchase unit information. Okay, so you can pass the amount, whatever the amount you want to pass. So in our case, we'll pass the value as $9.99. Okay, and the currency code will pass. So if you are using INR, you can pass INR. If you are using USD, you can pass USD. Okay, and now this is ready. Now along with this one as well, we have to make sure once the payment is successful, we need to capture that, right? We need to pass some callback. So it has a callback called on approve, and on the approve we will say on payment success method. Okay, Now obviously this method we need to create. Let me close this, and here we'll create constant on payment success, something like this. And also once if your user cancel it, right, that also we can capture. Here we'll on cancel, and right now I will just console it, console.log order cancel, I will say payment cancel. Okay, and then save it. Perfect, right? Let's test this out until this point. So if I go to this PayPal, and let me refresh this actually first. So because we made some changes to this PayPal, now I will open it and then go to this login and debit card. You can go to the PayPal as well, and boom, if you see, now we'll get the exact amount. That's cool, right? So that's how it will work. Now obviously once the payment is successful, we need to write a code in order to update the user information. So for that one we need to make some modification. So go to the Convex, and we have this schema.js. Now inside the schema, right, we have the user schema, and inside the user schema we need to add a new field called upgrade, and it is of type boolean. Okay, and save it. So obviously once you update this schema, it might not get updated inside the user because the information already there, right? You can either delete this document, and if I refresh it, okay, so now if I refresh it, I just refresh on localhost 3000, and you will get this error that upgrade field we added, but it is not defined, right? Because we did not pass it. So what you need to do, let's go to this user.js, and inside here, right, because we created the user, but we did not pass the upgrade method. So right now I will just make it as a false, because first time when user we are inserting record, every time obviously user has the upgrade as a false. Okay, so let's save this one, and if I go over here, let me refresh the screen now, and we don't have any error. But if I go to this user, you will see the upgrade now is coming as a false. That is expected. And when the payment is successful, then we are going to change this upgrade to false to true. Okay, so over here obviously we need to write a logic to update it. So inside this user.js, right, we can write one new mutation. Here we'll simply say export constant upgrade user upgrade plan, user upgrade plan. Okay, and over here we'll say this is the mutation, and inside this we'll take the arguments. Inside the argument it will be only user email, that's all, and we'll type v of type string. Then we need to pass an handler as ctx arguments, and then the arrow function like this. Now first thing we'll check, we'll get the user information. Okay, so here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx.db dot query, and here pass the column the table name which is user dot filter. Inside that we'll pass query. So here will be a query dot equal to, and then query dot fill, which is the obviously the email which is matches with the arguments dot email, user email. Okay, and here we'll say collect. So we'll get the users if it's there, right? Obviously if user is not there, it will throw an error, but obviously if user is upgrading, right, we assume that user is logging to our application. Next, once we have the result, right, here we'll say if result, then we'll simply update the record. So here we'll say constant, not constant, but here we say await ctx dot db dot patch, because we want to update the record, right? And inside here we need to provide the record id. So record id you can get it from the result 0 of id, and then the field which you want to update. So in our case the field we want to upgrade is the upgrade option, and we want to set it as a true. So this need to be like this, I'm not sure. So we don't need to mention string, and then we'll make it as a true, simpler. Okay, and here we'll say we'll just return it as success, or here we'll return is as a error. Okay, maybe this is how it works. Let's save it and let call this method over here. So we'll say constant upgrade user plan is equal to use mutation. Inside that we need to get API dot user upgrade plan. I will keep the same name over here. Okay, and then once the payment is successful, we just need to update the user information. Okay, so over here we'll simply say constant result is equal to await user upgrade plan, and the argument we need to pass is user email. Obviously, so here we'll say constant user is equal to use user. So user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, here we'll make this as a async. If you want to write result, you can write the result, and here also I am going to show the toast message plan upgraded successfully. Okay, and once user is updated, then that's done. Let's save it and let's test this out all together. Now before moving, just want to tell you that in order to test it, right, that with the test card you can use the PayPal test cards. So that is, you can go to this, or you can just search on Google PayPal testing card and you will get this card, right? See, you can even generate, depends on your country and origin. Now let's copy this card number, and this is the expiry and the CVV or CVC code. So let's test this out. So I will go to the dashboard. Here I will go to this upgrade. I'm already logged in, so that's good. I will go to this PayPal, and let's go over here. I will add the phone number. Let's add the card number, expiration date, maybe 2750. The first name will add to Guruji, YouTube, and all other detail, and then click on pay now. Okay, so they corrected just address, so I will say continue. I will go to the inspect panel as well. Okay, so this is not correct one, and it's saying thanks, and it's saying plan upgraded successfully. See, okay. Now if I go to our database, here you will see the upgrade is changed to true. Now user have option to upload unlimited PDF, right? But right now it's still showing this count and other things, right? So once user have option to upgrade more than 5 PDF, you can just change the logic. So let me show you how you can do that. So over here, let me go to this page.js, not page.js, but in dashboard, where we have the component and the sidebar, right? Over here we can fetch the user information. We need to write a query to get all the user details. So in order to write it, go to the Convex, and in user, over here we'll get user details. So here we'll say export constant get user info is equal to query, or you can write a mutation if you want. Okay, that will be easy, and then or just simply it's a query. So we just fetching the data, so we'll write a query, and inside that we'll pass the argument as a user email of type v.string, and then we need to pass an handler ctx comma arguments and inside here we'll write constant result is equal to await ctx.db dot query. Inside that obviously we need to pass the table name, the filter option. I will just copy this existing one because that's what all we need. Okay, and then we'll simply return the result. Okay, return of 0 and then save it. Now let's use this query inside the sidebar because that's where we need the information. So go to the sidebar. Here you need to define that query. So here we'll say constant get user info is equal to use query. Inside the use query we need to pass API dot user dot get user info. Here we'll pass the arguments. So user email as user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, and obviously we'll get the user info inside here. Over here you have to make sure that you have the user email. So here we'll say if user email is not there, so arguments dot user email is not there, I will simply return nothing. Okay, save this both the value and let's make sure that you don't have any error. But I will also console the get user info just to see whether we are getting the information or data or not. So if I go to the console and over here let me refresh it, and now if you see we have one error that object is missing required field user email. Okay, let's do one thing. This for user here I will make this as a optional field as well. Okay, because sometimes we don't have the value. And if we refresh it, now that's good. And if you see in sidebar we got the user information, and from that we need this upgrade option, right? So whenever user info dot upgrade is true, right, so here I will just follow this condition, or if user is upgrade false dot upgrade, if it's false then show it. Okay, so right now we have 3 files. Let's upload a couple of more files just to test. So I will update this file Roman 1, then I will again upload one more file trip, upload it, and now we have 5 files. Right now if you see 5 out of 5 and this is disabled, right? That's where we need to change. So here we can put and operation, and now if you see it's enabled, right? And over here we can just remove this progress bar because we don't want this section anymore. Okay, so here we'll say if get user info dot upgrade, if it's not true, means if it is false, then only show this particular section, right? And if you see now this section is not there anymore because user is already in the upgrade mode. Okay, but let's make a one change. So here if I make this as a false, I don't know whether we can make this false from here. So here make them false. Yeah, we made it, and go back, and if you see now it's disabled and this came back again. But if I make this true, then boom, see. Okay, so that's how guys it will work. That's how you convert your application to SaaS, and then you can start making money, right? So guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. It's time to deploy our application to the production and on the cloud so that you can start earning money with this SaaS application, which is unique and no one built this app yet except me. So if you see on the screen, I added this beautiful landing screen for our application so that whenever user come to our website, you will see this landing screen, and from the get started he can start log into our application and get it, he will get started. Okay, so obviously in order to deploy this application, first thing that we need to do is to push this all of our code to the GitHub. Once we push everything to the GitHub, then with the help of Vercel, we are going to deploy our application on the cloud. Okay, so first thing first, let's go to the GitHub, and over here I'm going to create a new repo. And if you don't have an account on a GitHub, just create a one. And here I will say AI PDF note taker. Okay, and you can make public, private, and simply create repo. Once you create the repo, first thing you need to do is to set the remote origin. So go to the terminal, and here we'll say git initialize first and then set the remote origin. After that, you need to add and stage all the files, and then you will need to commit it using this commit command. Here we'll say initial commit. You can give any commit message, and once it is committed, we have to push it with this command at very first time. Okay, after that you can push with the git push command, and if you see everything is get pushed. Now if I refresh this repo, you will see all your code are here, which we just now push. Next thing, go to the Vercel. The reason that we are deploying on Vercel because it's free to use it. Okay, first thing you need to do, just create an account if you don't have, or log in with. Once you log in, you will see the dashboard like this. Over here you have an option called add new. Click on project. Make sure to connect your Vercel with some GitHub repo or maybe GitLab or Bitbucket, where you just push your code. Obviously if you push your code to the GitHub, make sure to connect to the GitHub, and then you will see this option. Click on import. Here give the project name, and now there are a couple of things that we need to modify here. We use a Convex as our database. Okay, and Convex is serverless function where we need to deploy in a production mode. So I put the link of this documentation in the description so that you can check this out, right? So in order to deploy your Convex with the Vercel, there are a couple of things that we need to modify. First thing, obviously we already have the account, then we already link the project, and most important thing, we need to override this build command. Okay, and that build command we need to copy this one, the npx convex deploy, and then we need to add this command, and that's all you need to do. Okay, obviously we'll do the fourth step, but before that let's go over here, and you will see this build output and setting. Just expand it, and here you have option called override. Just enable. Right now in the build command, just we have next build, but here we will override with this command. Okay, perfect. And after that we need to add this particular key called convex deploy key, and then we need to generate the production key from the convex dashboard. Okay, so go to the convex dashboard. So I will go to the dashboard over here, and this is our application, right? If you see, we have option called development, which we did it right now, but we want everything now in production. So click on this production, and you will see this production. Right now we don't have any table because we did not deploy anything yet. Now once you are here, you have option over here. Go to this option production, and inside the production, here you will see this project setting. Click on it. Here you will see the project name and everything. If you scroll down little bit, you will see this option deploy keys, and right now we don't have any keys for the production, so generate one. Okay, so I will create new one. So I will select generate production deploy key and give the name. So here we'll say production key and click save. Now it generated the production key. We need to copy this one, and we need to go to the Vercel, and inside this environment key we need to paste this key. Obviously we need to give the name as a convex underscore deploy underscore key. So I will add convex underscore deploy underscore key. Okay, then we also need to add all the remaining variables from the environment file, which we have inside this .env.local file. So obviously we added this, I think we need to add all of them. Okay, so I will just copy everything, and then we'll go back over here, I think we need to add it, and then I will paste all of them add together, so it will automatically add your key and value. You don't need to add one by one. Okay, once this is done, if I go back to this option, now just you need to deploy it. So let's go over here and click deploy. Now Vercel will automatically deploy your application first. It will build the logs and then it will start deployment. So we'll wait, it will take a couple of minutes. So I will pause the video. And if you see, our application is deployed. Yay! Now over here you will see the preview of our application, but you can continue to dashboard, and over here you will see your domain. Just click on it and it will open your application in a production mode. Yes, you heard right. So this is the complete production mode. Now if you want to get started, click on it and it will ask you to log in. And once you log in, you will see nothing on the screen, right? Because you are in production mode. Now if I go back over here, and in production mode, you will see all the tables now get created. Okay, cool, right? Now if you want to upload a PDF file, now just choose the PDF file, and here we'll say Roman Empire. Now you might have question why I'm uploading same PDF file, because I only have that one ready to show you. Okay, but you can upload any file and it will work like a magic. And now if you see, the file is ready, it is uploaded. You will see this 1 out of 5 files are there obviously, and if I open it, on the right hand side you will see the file, and over here you can do the AI magic. Hey guys, that's all for this particular video. I hope you enjoy it a lot, and if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. If you still did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Go to the tubeguru.com in order to access exclusive courses and the source code for each of my projects. Okay, and in order to get all of this for free, you can just join the membership less than $9. Okay, so just go ahead and join it so that you can get access to most of my project source code. Also some of the source code is have membership discount, which is quite beneficial and quite worth, guys. Okay, so join it. There are a lot of AI based SaaS application project, the real life project, and many more. So guys, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Do subscribe to our channel, press notification bell icon so you will not miss any update from me, and we'll see you in the next video. Happy coding.